Ooh, the harmonies on that. Don't do that. Don't be so self-deprecating. Listen. Okay, I'll try. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Laserbeam and Friends show. My name is Elvis Laserbeam, and my name is Yorik. Hey, I thought about this a second ago. I'm going to start a fan club, right? I'm going to start the fan club, and I'm going to call it the Albumin Supremacists. Holy... I don't know if you can just say that, man. Like, can you just say that? Can you just say that? Hold on, need to take my meds. I've done it again. Like, it's the saga continues. The continuing saga, and can he remember to take his meds before the stream starts? The answer is no. Not those meds. I took those meds, of course. You never forget to take those meds, huh? Anyway, so I practiced that. Good way to start a stream, by the way, with a horrible joke like that. Okay. I practiced that. I genuinely did. I was so worried I was just going to say what supremacist thing I shouldn't say. Go for a walk. Alright, Nathan. We had time to climb a mountain or something? Oh, yeah, hold on. You can't hear that, can you? Every goddamn time. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Hold on, the game's not making any noise, but is it working? Oh yeah, there we go, okay. Come on, go for a walk, Nathan.
I was thinking maybe I should go for a walk.
A walk?
A walk?
Yeah.
What's a walk?
Who are you and what have you done with Nate?
Yeah, no, it doesn't really make sense, does it?
No.
Okay, I'll just...
Mm.
Let me just go back to...
It is funny. It is funny. It's not like, ha,
I
ha, ha,
really
funny, but
feel
it's
like I
more
should
like,
walk.
you know,
You really got ants in your pants this morning.
I guess I do.
kind of like,
How is it
funny.
out there?
It's really cold.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll just
Folks
finish this
meet
nap,
Kittle.
actually.
Okay, all right. Jesus Christ, Nathan, please. I want to play.
No, I really feel like something's compelling me to go for a walk.
Well, you know, if you got to do it,
I feel like I gotta do it.
just remember what I said about the top of the mountain. There's nothing up there. White triangle, etc.
Yeah, no, I remember that whole thing. I won't expect anything more beyond this point.
Okay.
It's just a walk for its own sake. I'm going into that understanding. I'm going into this understanding that.
Dinner's at 6.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll be back.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Ooh woo.
Ooh, woo.
Okay. Well, I was going to say. It's always just a metaphor for homosexuality, right? Like, even when it's not. Okay. I'm Moose. Kind of sudden, you know, like, I would have liked to have been part of that realization. Maybe they're just good friends, I don't know. Good friends because he's showed her on the cheek like that? Oh, yeah? Well, your mom kissed me on the cheek last night. How do we go up this mountain? We were in a hole. Wait, did we come down? Have you tried looking for the big old mountain? Kind of looks like there's a path up that way. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I was so paranoid I was going to mess that joke up and just say the bad thing. Anyway. Do you think it would be funny? Maybe we should, like, trick people into... yeah, let's trick people into following. And then when they follow, like... Has anybody done that? Anybody done that? Like, you know how you can do, like, follow alerts on the stream or whatever? That's not where we came in, though, is it? I'm pretty sure we came in... Well, presumably perpendicular to the mountain, that side or something? I guess we'll go here. Whenever you click the follow button, it says, like, username, ladiesman357 or whatever, is a bigot or whatever. What the heck? A bigot just followed me. That's not what we want here. Okay, alright. Why doesn't the stream grow? He asks himself. Tried not starting the stream off with, like, you know, the worst terms of service. Tricky conversation you could think of. Nah. Okay. What are you gonna do? Let's go. Up the mountain, Nathaniel. Surely there must be more. What happens if you loop back around and come back to Moose? Is he like, well, you were gone for a while. Or does it just play the cutscene over again? I'm assuming it's all one contiguous world, right? Like when you go... It's not a new playthrough when you loop around. It's just you've looped around the globe of the game world. The looping globe that is the game world. Okay. I do want to climb the mountain. I wish it was a little easier to discern the beginnings of that. Okay, alright. Yeah, this game is at its strongest, in my opinion, when you're, like, balancing on one foot, trying to figure out where the next foot needs to go. Those sort of tense moments. Not so much the, like, world exploring, but, I guess I would like this game less if it was just like a list. A list of stages. God, remember video games had stages? Levels? You complete one challenge and then it would go, okay, next level. A slightly different challenge. I don't that doesn't feel right to head in that direction. Unless... Oh no. Do we just go up there? Genuinely confused. Is it because the Joker's albumin is the word for like white on an egg? Yeah, but yeah, okay. Anyway. You know what? I'm going to do it as a joke and just see if anybody follows, because it's actually funny. We might be sliding here for a while. Hold on. How do I've totally forgotten how I update my, freaking Streamlabs. Oh, yeah. I haven't done that in a while. Totally forgot how to update my dang old, followers notifications and stuff. Streamlabs, that's what I was doing. Okay, maybe just like straight ahead, like right there. Is that a path up through the nonsense? Okay, keep sliding, Nathan. That'll give us another chance to log into Streamlabs using the password PASS. Gonna do using the password NEVERGONNA. Well, it's not even the what's the first words of frickin' never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Another friend joined the albumin. How do you spell albumin? Supremacists. I don't know how to spell any of that. Albumin. Albumin. It is what it sounds like. Okay. Albumin. How do you spell supremacists?
Not here.
I need to know for I'm writing a manifesto. Supremacists. Supremacist. That makes sense. Okay, so now another friend is going to join the albumin supremacists. We'll still keep it anonymous, you know.
Ow.
Just because. Oh, thanks, Kick. Now I gotta go over here and be professional and delete that freaking thing from Kick. Alright. Get up, Nathan. Up there. That's where we're going. Oh, hold on. I can test it, right? Test it. Test. Preview. Browse. Can't you send a test? Test notification. Oh, here we go. Test. Twitch follow. Another friend joined the albumin supremacists. Okay, I'll totally forget I did that. And then like in 2 weeks when I get like my 48th follower or something, it'll be like when a bot follows me, it'll be like I'll be reminded of this. Okay. There we go. That's a joke for myself in like 2.5 weeks. Okay. Nathan? Are you going up here, Mr. Nathan? I mean, we're the shot, right? We might even just be able to go. Whoops. Oh yeah, it's kind of like sand. Snow is kind of funny. We haven't really. You don't actually get a lot of Oh, Nathan. This is it. This is the final difficulty. Just having to sit and watch him slide for 30 seconds before you can get back up. Okay. I think we just go up here. Anyway. No, there's definitely something over there. Just don't mess up on the way there. This game made in Unity. It has a Unity feel to it. I think it was. Unity's a funny engine. You guys want to talk game engines for a while? I tried a lot of them. What's your favorite framework? What's your favorite framework, Yorick, whatever the hell your name is? Yeah. My favorite framework? A trestle? Trestle? Okay. Good answer. I had no idea where you would take. Well, no idea where you were gonna take that. But all right. Genuinely, no idea. Okay.
Crap.
I don't know.
Oh, crap.
I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm gonna try, because I'm stubborn. Yep, up. It's really just oh. Just about momentum, honestly. We might be better off. It's gonna be annoying if you slide down the slide, but we might honestly be better off just going right up here. Nope, no. Okay. The annoying thing happened. Nathan. Okay. Kind of slippery. So are Nathan and Moose an item? Is that, like, they just drop that on us like that? We missed the whole... Oh, God. I don't even know if I'm doing the right thing, is the funny thing. It's definitely the side we came in on. Right? This feels like pathy-ish. I just can't tell if it's... You know what? Trust thyself. Young Padawan. We've been right pretty much every other time. Okay, alright. Funny, Nathan. Very funny. Yes, very funny. It would be very funny if we ended up back at the cabin, wouldn't it? Come on. Keep going, brother. There's definitely something in there. Come on. It's a mountain. It'd be funny if the mountain just had no, like, path, you know? You know, the Manbreaker has a set path. Funny if the mountain was just, you know, terrain. Climb it. Okay. Yes, sir. So when I was a kid, we're gonna try and go up here. And some real 90s kid talk here. No Netflix. No real access to like the cinema. Nothing like that. We had an aerial built out of a cable that lived inside of the house. Because back in those days, if your house had an aerial, like a ultra high frequency television aerial, you know, like the old weather vane looking things. If your house had one of those, you had to pay the government for the privilege of having one. Okay. I don't know what we're doing here, by the way. Some dad was like, nah. And they drive around. I think I've told the story before. They would drive around and like look for aerials in houses, so my dad just like built a giant one inside the house out of like this giant loop of cable. Anyway, one TV channel. So we used to, you know, had no choice essentially over what media was fed to us, or to me, or to us. Maybe always there. You were there in spirit. You've been plucked out of the, like, ether. Your soul had been plucked out of the ether, but you hadn't been birthed into physical form yet. As Pixar envisioned it. Okay, up. Can we? Oh, am I just being stupid? Like, can we not get up here? Whatever. I got a story to tell. So we have one channel, right? So, like, I would just see whatever movie I just happened to see. With adverts, and we had a VHS tape player, right? And you used to wait till a movie you wanted to watch would come on the TV. Phrasing, by the way. And then you'd put the chunky ass tape in the tape machine, hit record, make sure it's rewind or whatever. And then every time there was an ad break, you'd pause the recording. Right? And I was the kid who would like forget to put it back on. So anyway. What the heck am I doing? Maybe I should go out that way. This feels weird. Oh well. Let's just explore, I guess. This feels odd. Something about this. I don't know. Either like it kind of feels like it's telling me, "What are you doing, dummy? Don't go that way." But then why is there snow up there? Why is there like a little cut into the mountain up there? Oh. Okay, I'm not. I feel like I could get purchase on that bit up there, but it just, you know, it's almost like a fake out. I guess that's kind of why it's weird about it. If they really wanted you to go up here, I feel like they'd make sure that like textures were like accurate to the grippage. Know what I mean?
Oh shit!
Like, okay. All right. Might as well stop here. Wait a minute. There's not a cave under here or something silly, is there? What's down here? Oh, I thought there might be a cave inside the mountain. Oh, look, we're back at the cabin. Can we just go back in the inside and just sit back down again? I'm not gonna waste time trying to figure it out. Oh man, it looks like a path in though, huh? I guess we'll go walking and we'll see what we find. Anyway, so you used to like tape movies, right? And then after you're done, you'd have essentially a ad-free version of the movie that you could then display at markets for like $2 a head, you know, illegally. No, I have no idea. That's just a joke. I don't know what I'm talking about. Probably was illegal to like make recordings of stuff off the TV, but you know, it was like piracy, right? Oh man, I don't know, what is the legality? Were you allowed to just film like tape movies? Because I imagine the existence of VHS tape was more like, well, you're allowed to make your own tapes. Oh, that really does look like it goes in there, right? Whatever, we'll explore anyway, see what we find. You'd have an ad-free version of the movie, but like often I would forget to restart the recording, so when the ad's finished, it would go to the ad break, and then it would just come back in like the middle of a scene on the tape. Oh man, I miss VHS tape. Recording all the static and everything, you know. It just recorded the video signal as it was. As it was. The same as it was. Sorry, I'm not allowed to say that 3 times. We can say the same as it was, you know. Hold on. Neil Cicerega needs to make a mashup between Talking Heads. What's the name of that Same as Ever Was? Letting the Days Go By. Once in a Lifetime. So it's Once in a Lifetime mashed up with As It Was. As it was a once in a lifetime. As it was a once in a Alright, how's it go? Same as it ever as it was. Same as it ever as it was. As it was same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. As it was same as it ever was. As it was same as it ever was. Same as it was, as it ever was. Something like that. Leave him to figure out the details. Alright. You're welcome, Neil. Wait, what the heck is this circle in the ground? That's a weird one. Alright. What's over this way? So, because I feel like if we go this way, we're just gonna end up in the blinding whiteness of the tundra, right? We're lost in the blinding whiteness of the tundra. You guys like scrimping? Is that what it was called? Crimping? Crimping? Scrimping? God, it's been a long time. It's been so long since I've watched The Mighty Boosh. There's nothing that way though. How do I begin the mountain? Captain Kirk wants to begin the mountain. wants to make love to the mountain. Wait, so that, hold on, that little edge that goes down is just this edge, is it? God. You know, at this point I could probably just look at a map. Dragon crystals, go collect the dragon obsidian down there. Okay, alright. Hold on. Rather than wasting like half an hour just wandering around, I'm just gonna look it up. So I know... Actually, from Wednesday when we finish the game... Yeah, like that's a path up there, right? That's a path up there? It looks so pathy. I'm not the only one who sees that, right? Okay, I'm just gonna look it up. Do it right now. But, and then you'd have like a collection of, maybe when I alt-tab and it just... One of my tabs is just a Google of the word supremacists. Holy. Okay, what's the game called? Baby Steps Map? Interactive map? Map Genie? Should we go to mapgenie.com? Oh my god. Well, I guess we might end up using this anyway. Or... Okay, yes. There's definitely a path up the back behind the cabin that goes into the mountain. Yes, okay. There definitely is a path. As I thought. And it looks like it is what I was doing. Alright. Yeah, it totally is that. Anyway, so you'd end up with this like pile of like 12 movies or whatever. Because your dad is too, you know how your like dad would be too cheap to buy you new tapes? So you just tape over old things. You have to be like, okay, I guess we're getting rid of the Nutty Professor or something. Who taped over the Nutty Professor? Sorry, that was me, I'm sorry. You know, situations like that would happen. Did you tape over Dr. Doolittle? Dang it, I was gonna watch that again, man. But like I was last night, I decided to like rewatch one of those movies that existed in that sort of okay, I once said the title of the movie. That existed in that frame of reference for me. Right, and that movie is Sphere, based on the novel by Michael Crichton. Sphere from 1998. I think I taped that movie off the TV when I was like 12. And then like proceeded to watch it 100 times and be traumatized by the frickin' like the jellyfish swarm and the squid attack or whatever. Giant squid. Yeah, it's totally this. Okay. Alright. I guess it's just hard. Not weird. Not weirdly hard like me right now. And you know what's weird about it is that like when I watched that movie so many times when I was a kid, and like so much shit takes place in the dark underwater, you know? Like dark bottom of the ocean. And like I couldn't see anything on. I realized last night I was watching the movie in HD. I was like, wait a minute, you can see stuff in these scenes? My memory of this is so colored by the old crappy VHS tape. It was like, oh, I thought it was just darkness and then some lights shining around. No, you can actually see what's happening. Oh, whoa. Now I'm even more traumatized. When Queen Latifah's face gets eaten by jellyfish. Am I making a mistake heading out to that side? Like, should I maybe just... this is weird. Is this like I just need to learn this texture or something? This is a new... we've actually finally unlocked snow? Because it's kind of... Okay. I think I get it. Holy heck. What are these systems, man? They must have created, like, real custom meshes to, have this kind of a tight control over textures? And the way they interact with the player? Also, it covers up like your own footprints. Okay, all right. I don't know if I'm doing this right, but it oddly feels like progress. Yep. Go over to there. Then what? Go over to like here? No, that was too big of a step anyway. Huh. Weird. This is odd. It really just seems like you should just be able to, you know, go around the side like this. Okay, turns out you can. Okay, it's kind of like it's like sandish. It's hard to tell because you can't see anything. White on white, you know what I mean? Albumin on albumin violence. Holy, it's probably a bad idea, but like I kind of want to take the joke deeper. Oh my god. Probably a bad idea, right? It's like, you ever seen that interview with Alan Tudyk? You know, one of our heroes, Alan Tudyk. He's like talking about King Candy. We don't want to start a race, right? Or something like that. I forget how King Candy sounds. I haven't actually heard that voice in a long time. I need to hear the voices. I can't do them without hearing them. They need to be fresh in my mind. Anyway, King Candy is something like that. Maybe a bit of a lisp. He ad-libbed that line. We don't want to... we don't want to start a race riot. And it's not Disney, right? What the heck is it? Is DreamWorks? What the heck is this, man? Am I really just supposed to do a weird step up here like that? It's DreamWorks, right? Not Pixar. Anyway, whatever. Kind of turns out advertisers aren't fond of talking about things like racial tensions, interracial tension. Oh man, what is that? Is that an Almost Friday sketch? I was just reminded of. It's actually like, I'm gonna steal it because it's such a good joke. But the joke is like, you know, when a millennial is asked to spell something on the phone, and they're like, it's I for oh god, the order matters because it makes the joke so much better, and I can't remember the order. What's an innocuous one? It's like it's A for Asian. Okay. It's A for interracial. Okay. It's like B as in BBW. Anyway, you get the idea. You're spelling things out by porn categories. Okay. I'm glad I looked it up, because I probably would have been like, even though it looks so pathy, I probably would have decided it's not. Lesson learned. You don't have to do everything super organically, you know? Like, I try to play most of these games, I try to play them as organically as possible. Oh. Honestly, oh, no. It wouldn't just be straight up there. It's way too big. Like, obviously I'm talking the crap over them, and I wouldn't normally do that. I don't just sit here, playing these games
Oh no!
doing this when like I'm not streaming. That'd be weird.
Oh!
That's some real Stockholm syndrome stuff, man.
Oh!
You can't disconnect. Well, this is essentially my hobby, right? Like it's kind of like I try to treat it professionally, just because I grew up with a grandmother who was always saying, you know, if you're gonna do something, do it right. Annoying biatch. No, I'm joking. Love you, Nana. Thanks for raising me. Anyway, gosh, she was good at like just hammering idioms into your head. Manners maketh the man. I feel like I've regressed. What the heck is going on here? We've gone backwards? What? Isn't that... Or... Oh, maybe not. Hold on. Do I still have the map up? I do still have the map. Hold on. Oh, the map actually... Hold on. The map actually does kind of... Yeah, okay. It does look like you do that. We gotta go down to get up? Okay, we are going the right way. Whatever. We'll just save ourselves the time of wandering. The Wanderer. Hope we don't go off the left side. That'd be funny. We can kind of steer this. Just annoyingly slow. So, you know, and in a sense, you treat anything with like a sort of professional nature. It does start to feel like work, you know. Even stuff you love. You put it on a schedule or whatever, then it becomes work. The point of my rambling being, you know, you gotta find that healthy way of disconnecting from work. Like a video gaming is your job. After your job, do you want to go and do more video gaming, you know? Like a chef? Do chefs cook at home? I think it's over there. That looks suspiciously pathy to me. Right? You cook all day, or like, you know, depending on your shift or whatever. Cook all night at work, and then come home. You're like, well, I have to eat. Probably a lot of chefs just cook while they're working, right? They probably eat while they're working. Gotta be tasting stuff anyway, right? Okay. Like pretty much every millennial, I do have like work experience in a kitchen. I started at the bottom and I ended at the bottom. Yeah, it was more like teenage summer work, you know? Not like... Although, like, I know people who started out, like, as dishwashers and now are, like, fully trained proper chefs, you know? Whatever that means. Proper. I think you scramble up this avalanche-y bit. Maybe? Oh, okay. I see how this could be annoying. There is potential to lose, like, a lot of progress. See, definitely not, like, I definitely prefer the man-breaker style of challenge, not the, oh, the ground is slipping away under your feet kind of challenge, you know? That this game could provide. There's kind of multiple ways it offers up its, that's weird. Oh, is it that way? Maybe I'm going the wrong way. Hold on. Like, honestly, the game is at its best when it's doing, like, green blobs, you know? Goodbye, everybody. I think maybe we need to try...
No.
something else? Almost looks like you can get up and go around that way. Almost looks like you can get up that way. Hold on. I want to... Is this actually intraversable, this type of terrain? Okay, well. Cool, man. Cool. I just want to know the path. Finding out that, like, you figuring out where the path is not what makes this game strong, you know. But it does kind of look like you can just go up here. Maybe, maybe not. Great. Cool. We're gonna frustrate those people who gave us money. Screw them, man. They were stupid. Pay to be frustrated? What's wrong with them? Okay. We sequence break the game again. The anti-speedrun. Yep. That's a path. Definitely a mountain path. Yeah, that's going to be annoying to fall all the way back down there. Huh? I see now. What is this, a bear? Abominable Snowman? Do you think Abominable Snowman would join the albumin supremacists? Albumin supremacists? It's hard to say. It's also hard to remember to say the word albumin and not the word white. Alright. No, Nathan, no, just keep moving. And, gosh, we just scurry up the side of the mountain, huh? Well, this is weird. Do I need to... I don't think going slow is gonna serve us well. Hey! Okay. Only this part is gonna be too bad. It's gonna be slipping from when you're like there, you know. If I had a crosshair, I'd be pointing it at the middle of the screen. Slipping from there and then just sliding all the way right down. This is not so bad. Don't quite understand the snow yet, if I'm being honest. Either I want to look for parts with more grip, or I just want to go. Not exactly sure. I think we just want to go across to here. A bit of both, maybe? Maybe a bit of both? Okay, alright. This game is a game, huh? Actually very much enjoyed this game. There really is nothing else quite like it. It's gonna be weird to go back to a game where you just hold a button to walk forward. I was supposed to do that with Dead Space, but... Okay. One thing this game has taught me is to stop and smell the roses. Take in the view. You know? Are we going to be able to look all the way... Well, I mean, once we get on the other side of the mountain, we should be able to look back. Huh. Well, but I don't want to go down there. What did I do? Just up here? Ow. Well, this is kind of gentle. How slippery are you? Okay, alright. Not that slippery. I'd really like a cave or something, you know? We just go into a cave. And that way, when we fall, we won't lose all our progress. Know what I mean? Or we just do it, like first try. Up and around? I think that makes sense. Maybe we Pac-Man it around to the other side? That would make sense. But also look like that on the map. No, sorry, I forgot. I should have warned you to drop the glasses before you went to... Whoops. Oh, we're going? Sorry, I was reading, Jackie. We could stick here. We could stick here. Here. Drop the glasses before we went into Moose's cabin. Drop the glasses before we went into Moose's cabin. Well, didn't we lose? We did, right? We did actually end up doing that. What shame upon your ancestors. Well, Jackie, I don't... I'm not exactly sure because we lost the glasses in the Uncharted 2 train, right? So wouldn't that be dropping them before we went to the cabin? But also not that bothered. We can just get the glasses again. I don't know what difference it makes, to be honest. Okay. Unless it's time. I mean... Oh, dear. We do all like saving time, I suppose. Yeah, the shame is upon my ancestors. Yeah. Yeah. I was just larping on about how I hate my grandmother. No, no. It's a joke. Yeah, but I don't know if we're going to be able to retrieve them. I think... Unless they might have clipped through, and then when we reload the game, they might have been like repositioned. I don't know, but I just couldn't see them at all in the train carriage. Keep going, Nathan. There we go. Then again, they might just be at the bottom of the train carriage in a really obvious spot. But I don't know how feasible it is to go back and get them at this point. That's all good. Whatever. Got a lot of stepping to do still. Kind of nice that you can see where you stepped in the snow. Because otherwise it would be just weird texture hunting, almost. I know it was a long time ago. I know 2 days is like, you know, the world's moving so fast, it's like, can't remember what happened this morning. But yeah, I feel you. And, oh yeah, I did. No, I went up this.
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, it can be really bad. You're not. Okay. As predicted. Snow's kind of annoying, huh? I think I'd rather be climbing green blobs, honestly, than like texture, analyzing the texture of the snow. Not that it's unfun. All right. So when do I get like a Assassin's Creed style list of things? Oh, I went that way, didn't I? Assassin's Creed style list of things to check off. Like, how do I get to like the Firewatch towers should have. You know what? They missed a joke there with the Firewatch towers. They should have done the Assassin's Creed style like zoom out, and then they like spin around. So it's like adding things to your map or whatever that you don't have. Oh, there's a free one, Bennett. That's not where you're supposed to go, is it? It worked. It did work. Right? I'm sure it worked. Try again. So close. Anyway, Jackie, oh yeah, I should tell you, I'm starting a fan club. Do you want to join my fan club? You have to join before I tell you what the name is. Yeah. Join your fan club and then we'll tell you what the name is. I'll just tell you now. It's the Albumin Supremacists. Okay.
Fuck.
Yeah. Hey, man. I guess I'm like, I've never really thought about this. The what? The albumin supremacists, you know? So albumin is the like one of the scientific names for the white on the egg. Yeah. It's a white supremacist joke. I guess albumin is albumin is technically like a protein, but it's yeah. It's the protein that makes up the white of the egg. Yeah. You can be like, if you're the first to join, I'll make you like Grand Master of the albumin supremacists. Thing is, it kind of works because egg supremacy, but then anyway, one of these days I'm gonna get myself into trouble. Maybe we should just go the other way that it's clearly trying to tell us to go. Maybe we should do that. But I don't really understand. The avalanche snow is like slippy. It's really slippy. Okay. You named your firefighting plane company the Fire Hate Group. That okay. I can see how it's like. Do we do this? Yeah. It's skirting the like legality on the edge, right? Like firefighters would hate fire.
Oh crap!
Does that make them a hate group? Why not? Doctors hate death. Everybody hates something, man. Gotta have something to hate. What else are you doing on this? Otherwise, what are you doing on this planet? Just going around loving everyone or something? Like Jesus?
Oh bother!
What's the ATC? The ATC really calls you that. I'm not sure what some of these acronyms are flying over my head. Nothing flies over my head. I would catch it. Where am I? Oh, I lost quite a lot of. Did I lose progress? Quite a lot of progress, or did I never have progress? Oh, we were just here. I'm glad you get joy in it, regardless. You know, I think. Okay, yeah. As long as nobody is getting hurt, joy is a good thing.
Specific thing happening right now.
Oh, air traffic control. Yeah, that makes sense. Ha. They have like a text-to-speech thing, or they have like pre-recorded words that they just jam together. So it's like the fire hate group. It's like the fire hate group. Are you one of those flight simulator guys that like has the full like hands on throttle and stick control as well? It has to be AI. Yeah, well it's yeah, probably. The most recent flight simulator is quite a new game, right? And it's quite a remarkable game. Like, didn't they model a whole bunch of Xbox controller? Oh, okay. Maybe one of these days you can get the hands on throttle and stick controller, and then like the pivoting seat with the screens attached. That'll like flip you upside down. If I ever win the lottery, Jackie, I'll sponsor you to get a full like setup like that. But that game's quite remarkable. Didn't they take like I've never actually played it, but didn't they take like a bunch of like Google Earth data and to like recreate all the places you can fly over? It's like you can find your house in it, the whole world is there. Yeah. Like that's pretty remarkable even on its own, right? You're welcome anytime. I think we want to go climb down to climb up. But yeah, like even just, you know. Okay, that's bad. Oh yeah, this is a cleverly designed. This is quite cleverly designed.
No.
Yeah, it's built upon Google Earth data or something, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. My grandfather was a pilot when he was alive. So I grew up around planes. And so did my dad and whatever. But I tried to get my dad to play. My dad has flown a lot of planes. I don't think he ever really got a license for it or anything, but I tried to get him to play like a Microsoft Flight Simulator game, and he hated it. It was like with the joystick and everything, you know. So he's just like, why is the plane not responding? But that was like 2001. But his biggest complaint was, you know, a real plane responds at like instantly if the tiniest of like, you know, input. Yep. Like I probably just had like a crappy joystick on my grandmother's computer. Oh, you've flown a Cessna a couple times? Boss's son was a flight instructor. Oh, that's pretty cool. Ever thought about getting your license? I don't know how much it costs. But I mean, it's a big time commitment, right? You gotta put in hundreds and hundreds of hours behind the yoke. Hold on. Behind the what? It's spelled differently, I think, so I don't know if it actually works as a joke, but we'll go. Puns don't really care about spelling, do they? Yeah, that's cool. I think I might have like put my hands on the yoke when I was a child on my grandfather's lap. Probably that's the closest I ever came to actually flying a plane, but grew up around them. My dad was always like, not stealing, but like, what do I start? Just implicate my dad in a real life crime. What's the statute of limitations? This happened 30 years ago. My dad was like a plane guy and like a car guy. And I think it's sometime in the 90s, the government of New Zealand banned the use of leaded fuel. I think it must have been sometime in the 90s. So we banned the use of leaded fuel, but my dad was like, screw that. So we just go to the... Oh yeah, I wanted to go down. Or do we... There's a choice to be made here. We can choose to try... No, I think you gotta climb down. So my dad would just go and like buy aviation fuel from like his contacts at the airfield and put it in his car. Because, you know, the sound of the engine wasn't quite right with leaded petrol. And that's so much more important than the environment. You know, nothing against car people, but like, you know, can be a bit hypocritical at times. I'm a hypocrite too. Yep. Choices? Intriguing. I think I like the look of that better. This soup burns better. Or is it it's a fake? Is it a fake out? Oh, it's an expensive fake out if it is. They added lead and fuel to make older engines run better. That's why it was in there. Sure. I mean, like these were classic cars that my dad was driving, right? Like, so like, he wasn't wrong. You know, like he was right. The car did run better. on aviation fuel. And like, there's a reason why they still let planes use it, right? But I still think it's funny. The lengths some people will go to, you know? For their own specific brand of autistic special interests. No, that's not true. Yep. People can be really into stuff without being autistic. Yeah. Is it possible to boot up Microsoft Flight Simulator and then do like a round the globe flight with like a in-flight refueling or whatever? I don't actually know. Is there a plane that it can fly all the way around the globe with just one tank of fuel? It should technically be possible in any plane, right? As long as you just refuel while flying. Well, maybe not any plane, but... But is there a plane that can carry that much fuel? I don't know. And then my other question is, like, has there ever been a case of someone who was, like, super into Microsoft Flight Simulator and, like, had the replica of the controls or whatever? Has anyone who's done that ever landed the plane? No in-flight refueling yet, but you could fly around the world if you wanted. So there's no in-flight refueling in the game? I mean, that makes sense, though. Well, I was going to say it would be hard to implement that, but I mean, you could implement it as like a dialogue box. Your plane is refueled, you know. Hold on, think about this for a second. How would I go down a mountain in real life? I'd probably do something like this. I can't tell the angles because it's like reading the green in like Mario Golf when you've got like 4 colors or something. But deliberately. These people have definitely flown around the world, right? And there's another record for just like the longest time, like a continuous longest flight, right? And it's something like 2 months or something stupid, ridiculous. Because of course it is. Okay, I'm not very good with the avalanche snow. Okay, alright, just keep your feet together. Turns out it's the same as every other part of the game. Just keep your feet together. Alright. Part of me is tempted to go around the side, but I don't think I'm gonna. This is like... Maybe I have to. This is bringing back sandcastle flashbacks. Am I a genius or a fool? Or a bit of both? Yikes. It's... Oh... I think you just gotta go for it, like maybe on an angle? Or like a... Go faster, go faster, go faster, go faster, go faster. Hold on. I've never really... Do I Michael Flatley it up those? Have I had the keys to the kingdom all along and I didn't even know it? We Michael Flatley our way up? You do still have to make sure... Oh no, that's kind of a skippy hop. Baby steps. Yeah, literally the name of the game. Ah! Do you know who Michael Flatley is, Jackie? Like,
Oh,
I reference him a lot. you probably you don't? Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's it might be like a cultural difference, but I think Michael Flatley is you know have you heard of the river dance? It's like an old Irish form of dancing. It's like that Irish dancing that is comically a lot of a comical amount of like foot movement. Anyway, he was famous for dancing like that. Michael Flatley's river dancing. Yeah, you're okay. Michael Flatley was a river dancer. Yeah. So I imagine it a lot like this. But it actually kind of works in the game. It's just a funny series of steps. Okay, all right. The odds of me knowing a river dancer's name are about the same odds of you knowing a fire juggler's name. Dang it, I wish I knew a name of a fire juggler now.
oh no!
Penn Jillette? Is he technically a fire juggler? I mean, I guess the Michael Flatley, the only reason I know that name, well, I guess the reason I know that name is autism, but I feel like Michael Flatley was on TV a lot when I was a kid. So that's probably why it stuck so hard. And it's probably more to do with like a colonial thing than like you're more likely to see Irish actors and stuff in somewhere like New Zealand than the United States. I don't know. We get a lot of colonial exports as well as a quote unquote American export. I think this is correct. It's making a lot of sound over nothing. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Penn Jillette has probably juggled some fire at some point in his life. But he's not. He's probably more known as a magician than a fire juggler. Where the heck am I? I feel like I've come. Well, I definitely haven't gone down. We're just on a higher part of the mountain. Can we go up there? I think this is a path, right? Yeah, this could be a path. It's just the kind of thing I can't do. Oh yeah, Steve-O probably. That's a good pull. Yeah. Steve-O. One of my wives worked in a circus when she was a teenager. I don't know if she ever did fire juggling, but she could make a mean balloon animal. I've had friends in that sort of lifestyle too, and it's interesting. What an interesting way to live your life. What do you think is the modern equivalent of running away and joining the circus? Do people still do that? Do kids still run away and join the circus? If they ever really did. I doubt like Gen Z is threatening to run away and join the circus. Carnival worker? Is that not the same thing? Like what would the equivalent like phrase be for Gen Z today? That's it, Mom. I'm gonna run away and work at McDonald's. Run away and go to Hollywood? Oh no. I'm gonna be a big movie star. Carnival or fair is a low-class circus. What the heck? You have, like, classes for circuses? I mean, Well, actually, now that I think about it, Cirque du Soleil sounds a lot better than like Bob's Flying Pharmacy Brothers or something. That's a path for sure. Come on. Yeah, what makes them classy is that they're from overseas. Cirque du Soleil. I went to a Chinese circus when I was a kid. That was definitely that was definitely different to carnival worker. I know what you mean. Carnies. Don't speak for all of us, but you do rank them. Yeah. Once you put the notion into my head, I kind of went through the mental steps. You're right. I don't know. We kind of don't really. It's kind of rare for us to get upper class circuses here, so we kind of just think of all circuses as being kind of low class. But we used to have. So okay, this is legitimately what it was called too. It still exists, but they changed the name. But it's like a carnival, a group of traveling like people putting on shows and music and stuff. But they called it the Gypsy Fair. Like that's what it was literally called, the Gypsy Fair. They changed that for obvious reasons, but that's the type of a carnival where they like the trucks and stuff that they use to get around in are also their houses, you know, their homes. Ooh, it's a tasty little slide there. So like, you know, the gypsy in the sense that they're nomadic, but they're also just normal people. Well, maybe, I don't know. Some of the kids have definitely just been raised in that lifestyle, which is, you know, not necessarily a bad thing, but not something they had a choice over, I assume. Yep. Okay. Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? And so is Nathan. And I've been meaning to stop, smell the roses. It's part of the whole point of being here. Still can't really see much. I haven't really gotten stuck on any. I was going to say, we should have. I didn't realize the mountain was going to be like an attempt counter, a manbreaker kind of thing.
Oh no!
I think you just got to go hard over that, huh? Just go hard, Nathan.
Oh!
We got a little catchment. Nathan. Oh, really? Snow is not that slippery in reality, right? Like, snow is quite grippy. I haven't spent a lot of time around snow, but why does it slide like sand
Shit!
in this game? Because fuck you, that's why. Alright. What do you think they'll do for DLC? Not all snow is equal. Well, yeah, that's true. In both reality and in the game. You think they'll do like a horse armor? Oh, dang it. That'd be a funny kind of joke. Some cultures have lots of different words for it. Yeah.
Like this.
For sure. But then it makes it... Then I have to just, you know, if I have that information in my brain, then I have to confront the fact that I'm just complaining for no reason. And I'd rather live in ignorance. Yeah, I went this way, right? There must have been fresh snow to cover up our footsteps. Yeah, I went this way. None of this is familiar to me, but I must have come this way. My we already started a sentence, but my tattooist is from like the North Canada. So if I go get a tattoo, wait, no, I went that way. If I go get a tattoo, I'm always talking about snow and stuff. Dang it, man. He's very Christ-like in that pose. Just noticing. Especially with the ankles crossed.
Oh my.
So, like, when I was a child, my grandmother was like, she was big into getting your portrait taken. You know, so I had to go do that as a kid a lot. But my, like, enduring memory of getting your portrait taken is that the photographer would always ask you to do, like, weird things with, like, your ankles and stuff. You know, it's like, cross the ankle, okay. Lift up the hem of your... Like, I have a whole bunch... And for some reason, I don't know why. Photographers would always ask me to lift up the, like, cuff of my pants. So you can see my ankles. So I got a whole bunch of, like, my grandmother's portraits of me as a kid with my ankles showing. I don't know why. But photographers actually do weird stuff, man. Okay, now turn your head 30 degrees to the left. Okay, few more degrees. No, back. Okay, that's good. Okay, now rotate your right ankle. The ankle thing is strange. Yeah, it is strange. And it's happened to me more than once from more than one photographer. Even at the time when I was a kid, I remember thinking, this is weird. I was probably like 12 or something. And the photographer was like, just roll up your cuff a little bit. Okay. Don't know why it mattered. The other thing that's funny about that is like I was practicing guitar a lot back in those days. Like hours and hours and hours. And oh, okay. And my grandmother was like, you know, you should bring a guitar. You know, you're into guitar at the moment. Bring a guitar and we'll put it in the portrait. And then so I brought like an electric guitar, but the portrait was like the set was very like rustic. It looks like an old wooden cabin from like, you know, Little House on the Prairie. Was the background of the set, and so got like this like a in the actual portrait there's a like a very like 80s metal electric guitar just leaning up against the Little House on the Prairie. But then I'm like sitting in front of it with my family and like probably wearing like cargo shorts or something. Cargo pants, I mean. Yeah, the ankle thing is strange. Similar experience at the DMV a couple of weeks ago. They kept telling you your head was tilted slightly when they took the picture. You had to try about 6 times. Yeah, it's weird. It's very strange. I mean, I guess I don't know how the American system works, but they have pretty weirdly strict requirements here. Like, I'd take my son to get his, like, passport photo taken, which is, like, the same thing. And they had to try about 6 or 7 times because he kept, like, slightly tilting his head downward. You know what it probably is they probably actually need a photo that they can feed into, like, a facial recognition software or something. That's probably what their criteria is. But like, there's pretty strict criteria here on like ID photos anyway. You have to be able to, like, I think it's like you have to be able to see both ears and like a certain part of the throat or something weird. As if it's gonna matter when the robots take over. Anyway. Okay, this is a weird step. I haven't really been approaching it very smartly.
Oh shit!
Hmm. Alright, Nathan. But that would be my hunch, maybe. Yeah. Van Gogh at the DMV. Excuse me, sir, can you tilt your head? I can only see one ear. Okay, an actual joke. An actual... legitimately wrote a joke for once. Why? Why? Actually, okay, we'll make it an actual joke. Yeah, thank you. It's a worse joke if we make it like an actual joke, but we could formulate it as like, why couldn't Van Gogh get a driver's license? You know, because the ID photographer couldn't see both ears.
Oh crap!
Anyway, I knew I put in that badump for a reason.
Oh no!
Dang it, threw away the progress.
Oh no!
It's okay, we're doing a little fun little Nathan slide. It is the frickin' sandcastle again, man.
No.
I think it's something like that, though. You know, I'm just talking like layman's knowledge. But the lady was like the lady who was taking my son's passport photo. I don't know if she she probably hadn't. I got the sense she hadn't spent a lot of time around kids. But also she had like one of those digital cameras from like 2005 or whatever, like a 20 megapixel digital camera. And it was set to like autofocus or whatever, or auto white balance, something like that. I didn't pry, just wanted to get out of there. But she kept pointing it at the light. She kept pointing the digital camera at the ceiling to get it to like auto adjust its white balance or whatever. But then she'd just point it back down at my son, and then it would just adjust back, and she'd be like, but she kept saying it was my son's fault, you know, like it's him, he's doing it. I'm like, I think you just don't know how to use the camera, lady, but that's fine. Not gonna start an argument in the pharmacy. Anyway, I wonder what they would do if you grew out a cyborg. Oh, well.
Fuck.
It's a good question, actually. What would they do? I don't know. I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. But if I had to conspiracy theorize, I would imagine it's like for AI facial recognition software. Yeah, push the boundaries. I mean, there's a I think we all do, right? Like, isn't that it's a fundamental? Oh, dang it, that's quite hard. It's a fundamental part of growing up. Is pushing boundaries. Okay, cool. We might do this a few times. Yeah, it's just fundamental to brain development to actually, like, you know, it's a good thing. Well, I guess it's a spectrum, but yeah, exactly. You gotta push to find the edge. Unfortunately, sometimes that edge is, you know, can have some pretty terrible consequences, but I think also maybe, I don't know, it might also be a bit of like, better to push and find out where the edge is when you're a kid, and the edge is like, you know, a scraped knee and not a 200 mile per hour collision on the highway. You know? We all, yeah, not all ages should be explored. I do think human beings are explorers. I think we are fundamentally explorers. We are, you know, I think we're expansionist by nature, maybe. Not in the political sense, but in like the literal sense.
Yep.
Expanding into different lands is one of the reasons why I guess we dominate the planet. But anyway, not all edges should be explored. True. I guess I'd have to agree. I mean, if you came across a door that said, like, do not open, like literal biblical hell inside, you will experience nothing but pain if you go in here. Even if you just open the door. Probably wouldn't open it, right? I mean, I probably would, because I don't believe that would actually happen, but for the sake of argument, say hell exists. You'd peek a little. Even if it was like, you know, like the sign explicitly says, you cannot peek. As soon as you crack the door, you're sucked in for all eternity. Still peek a little? I mean, I suppose I probably would. Most people probably would, right? I think I've mentioned that experiment where people are more likely to like give themselves an electric shock than just sit and do nothing if they're bored. We're curious. We're curious little explorers. Run out of things to explore. Millennials. Born too late to explore the planet. Born too early to explore the stars. Born just in time to get a overkill on midship with the plasma sword. Okay. Space is going to be a funny one. I'm kind of one of those, I guess, like, I mean, who knows what the heck will happen in the future, but, like, I'm kind of one of those people who thinks, I enjoy the space program and, like, exploring space, but we'll probably, like, never get to another star or anything like that, you know? Probably just never will. The distances are just too vast. Okay, that's how we should do that. You know? When even at the speed of light, it takes like hundreds of years to get anywhere. Generation ship? I mean, that's a weird one, because then you're condemning people to basically be born inside of a prison. Has any sci-fi explored that idea? It probably has. I can't be the first person to think of that. Oh yeah, I remember this. Because I think, you know, if I was... Goodbye. If I was born on a generation ship, I think it would be hard to, like... Well, like, what would you... I guess you'd just be indoctrinated, right?
Not why.
You would grow up with the... under the religion of the ship, or whatever you want to call it. It would be hard not to resent the notion of being born on a generation ship. I guess it depends on, like, the condition of everything. Maybe the Earth is ruined anyway. But I guess it's kind of... I mean, it's a philosophical point because nobody ever chooses their birth anyway. Like, nobody chose to be born on spaceship Earth. Yet here we are, locked on this generation ship. Well, there you go. There's another short story. Has anybody done that sci-fi short story? The Earth is a generation ship. Somebody just set it in motion to fly across the galaxy for, like, trillions of years? Probably not. Three problem guy. Yeah, you're reading a book by. I always. So in my head, I think I say Chichen, which is I should probably say nothing. I do know a little bit of Chinese. Anyway, beside the point. Three body problem guy. Yeah. I know. I know of him. The Wandering Earth, where they make Earth the ship. Oh yeah. Okay. Did China not make that into a film? Is The Wandering Earth? I'm curious though. How did they make Earth into? They make Earth the ship. Okay, so how does one? So the thought experiment is. How does one shift a planet out of its natural orbit? Gosh, you'd have to, wouldn't you? You'd have to like.
Oh no!
You'd have to mess with it gravitationally somehow. But I don't know how you would. Do they have some sort of like gravity generator in the book? Like how? Dang it! How strict is the? Because he's quite strict on the like scientific stuff, I believe. Or does he just invent technology that breaks the laws of physics? Because that kind of ties back to what I was saying before, right? Like every science fiction story, pretty much every science fiction story that is about exploring, you know, the universe, the stars, the galaxy, whatever, they pretty much all hand wave away the time and the distance. You know, it's always just, well, warp speed. We'll just use warp speed. Or something like that. Can spaceship Earth go warp speed? Does everybody get like slammed against the nearest surface when the spaceship Earth hits Mach not Mach. It's warp 10? It's far in the future. Okay, they mount giant engines on the Earth and stop its rotation and then send it off into the cosmos. Okay. Okay, yeah, of course. So you I mean that's a funny way of phrasing it. Mounting an engine to the Earth. You know, wouldn't that just be building an engine on the Earth? Just yeah, okay. Interesting. It's a slow process. I would imagine. Okay. I feel like, honestly, he explains that not all continents are viable for the engines. Well, they wouldn't be, but how would you... I'm trying to think... Do these... Are they like engines that are taller than the atmosphere? Do they go out into space? God damn it. I'm trying to think about the mechanics of it. It sounds like the kind of thing that might be like technically possible, but realistically would never actually happen. Taller than Mount Everest. What is the propulsion mechanism? Like, are they just propelling it? Like, are they just like blasting gas into the atmosphere? It's in my head for some reason, just because of my assumptions. In order to propel the Earth, I feel like the propulsion would have to be like outside the atmosphere, right? That could be totally wrong. Can you just move the planet if you have a powerful enough engine? Just sitting on the ground? It's a short story, it'd be easier if I read it. Yeah. That makes... Yeah. Just read it, forehead. You ever read the Ringworld books? When I was probably like 11, 12, I was probably most into sci-fi, and I was like really into, nope. You know the phrase like big dumb object? Did we mention like Rendezvous with Rama before? I can't remember. But the big dumb object, heard a few things about it. Ring worlds or big dumb objects. I mean, they're the same thing, really. But that was like my favorite when I was a kid. Like sci-fi would be like, there's a strange object out there, and we need to go inside it and figure out what's going on. Ringworld was that, but it also had the
Oh crap!
the interesting notion of, dang it, the actual ring world itself and how would it work and what would it be like to be on the ring world itself? You know, I think in ring world they're like massive, like massive rings that go around like an entire star. You know, so essentially the size of our orbit or our orbital path. What the heck? I don't remember it going down here.
God.
Where am I going? Am I going? Just going down the up path? I think I'm supposed to be here. Okay. But I do like the there's something something enticing about the big dumb object type of story. Ooh, what's that mysterious thing? Let's send a group of scientists to explore and one military guy, and then there'll be some sort of clash between what the scientists want to do and what the military want to do. It's like a metaphor for the duality of man. Also, we're climbing a mountain. This step, I don't know if there's a better way to approach it, but like, it's an annoying one. I feel like this is pretty much, you just gotta do it. Like, whoops. If we fall, we want to fall on this side for sure. I feel like we're basically doing it the optimal way. It's just hard. But I did really like when I was a kid just thinking about the dimensions of a quote-unquote ring world and like what it would look like to be on one. Because it would essentially look like a giant spire in the distance rising upward. You know, you wouldn't be able to tell that you were part of it just by sitting on it. It's like that Wittgenstein quote where he's talking to his student and he says like, well, why would you think the sun goes around the earth? Why would you assume the sun goes around the earth? And the student says, well, because it looks that way. And then Wittgenstein responds with, well, how would it look if the earth went around the sun?
No.
Just to prove that I legitimately do have a philosophy degree. I mean, I guess I still don't really understand that quote myself, but it's like, oh, it would look this, it would, you know, it's about assumptions, right? Like, oh, it looks that way. It looks like the sun goes around the earth. No, it doesn't. It looks like the earth rotates. You just have an assumption about what each one should look like. You know? I guess it would. Would it look exactly the same if the sun went around the earth? I guess it depends on, the sun would have to rotate. The sun does rotate, right? Hold on. The sun also rotates on its axis, right? I feel like that's got to be right. So if the sun went around the earth, I mean, it would probably look indistinguishable, I guess. Oh, well, yes, the sun does rotate. Yeah, thanks, Jackie. It would have to be smaller as well, though, wouldn't it, to look the same? It would have to be smaller and closer and then, like, orbit us like the moon to look the same, but then it wouldn't. Huh. Grew up thinking about orbital mechanics, relativity, and time dilation. So, let me explain to you, Jackie, why Earth is actually flat. Is the sun going down? What the heck? I don't remember these shadows. So here's my 45-minute video essay on why the Earth is actually flat. Whoopsies. I just screw it up. Yeah, time dilation's a weird one. I assume you've seen Interstellar. It's one of the first movies I ever saw to like really fully kind of explore the emotional impact of time dilation, you know? Very bizarre to think about. It's kind of one of the things that's like the sun is definitely setting, huh? I didn't realize that it actually did that. Maybe you needed like a 70-hour playthrough before the sun sets. Just play the rest of the game in darkness. That'd be funny. I might have mentioned that earlier. Mentioned that notion. Okay, I want to climb this. Like time dilation almost feels like magic, you know? How can time just pass slower for someone than for another person?
No.
And how does our sense of being held within the river of time affected by that? You know, like my brain is telling me that time is passing. Is that all just an illusion? Anyway, join the albumin supremacists. We're starting a fan club. We love eggs. We're all about eggs here. Lots of good questions. Yeah, yo, thanks, Jackie. Definitely not just ramblings off the top of my medicated brain. Oh, look. It's nighttime. What the heck? The Peachy Moon is back. I assume it's just gonna be nighttime forever now. That's a funny little joke. Like, hey, you taking too long climbing the mountain?
Yep.
Oh, don't stuff it up there, man. Okay.
Oh, again.
We need to like zombify Einstein. Get him on these questions. I was thinking about this the other day because it's weird to me that like you look back in history, it feels like these weird sort of jumps in technology and understanding. That it's probably a misunderstanding of what the past really was like, but it feels like there really was just like these random geniuses that popped up who were essentially so much smarter than the average human being.
Oh, crap.
But it's probably not the case, right? It's probably more like well, we see the ones that stick out, but there were smart people everywhere. You know, there are smart people out there probably like, you know, just inventing new tools for their farm or whatever. We just don't hear about them because it never got disseminated or whatever. Isaac Newton was superhuman. Dude invented calculus because he ran out of mathematics to study. But yeah, I mean, like, some of those people, right? Like... Dang it. Is that a genuine thing, the super genius? Like, is that a genuine, just like, outlier? You know? Like, it does just happen that... Oh yeah, this is the weird part as well. Whatever, just go down to go back up.
Shit. Oh, crap.
Or is it just that, like, he was, you know, born into a certain situation that allowed him to get an education that,
Oh.
you know, led him to change the world, I guess. And how many people just were just as smart as him, but like, you know, lived and died. And what is it? Is it a Stephen Jay Gould quote? I'm trying to remember. There's a quote from someone that's like, it essentially goes, I'm not awed by the Einsteins of the world. I'm more like saddened by people who of equal intellect who just lived and died in like sweatshops or whatever, or like just died on the in the cotton fields. Newton invented calculus to help him explain orbital mechanics in his mid-20s. This freaking overachiever over here, man, making everybody look bad. And they had none of the tools they have to... What do you think Newton would make of, like, the James Webb Space Telescope? Or, like, Copernicus or something, you know? Oh, God. Oh, let's focus for once. Try and actually do something good here. Kind of get... Never mind. Let's go around in a circle again. Okay, I see. It's because sticking on that thing isn't actually helpful. Oh, we're still going, huh, Nathan? We should have just stayed in the cabin with Moose. I think Moose would get us some, like, different clothes or something. Like, Moose is a helpful guy. But yeah, Newton, you know, Einstein, those kind of outliers. It seems weird to me that we could have like a genetic mutation in the human brain that would make someone so much more, like have so much more capacity for intelligence than the average person. But then there can be just weird outliers in like evolution, you know? Genetics and DNA and stuff, it's a mess, really. We have a whole bunch of DNA that basically does nothing. It's just like left over. And then a whole bunch of DNA that's just like, well, you're gonna get cancer. You ever have anybody tell you cancer didn't exist in the old days? He also used a metal rod to poke around the back of his eyeball in his pursuit to understand light. Newton? What the heck? Okay, because see, this is my other question. Oh God. Oh crap. I think we're still essentially at the same point. It's just a big fall. That's insane. That's insane. He was also like, I mean, he was also an alchemist, right? Like, literally. Part of, like, the group of people who were trying to figure out how to turn lead into gold, which... Didn't they do that at CERN recently, technically, for, like... 1/1000th of a second or something? Yeah, interesting guy. What a crazy nut job. But this is my other question, right? Like, those geniuses, like, there was something wrong with them, right? Like, they had to be. Autism didn't exist in my day, son. Meanwhile, back in Nana's day, Isaac Newton is poking around in the back of his eyeball with a metal rod to better understand light. Yeah. I know I went with grandma. Great grandma. Plus, he was also like a good friend to Ezio Auditore da Firenze.
Mighty God.
I feel like Da Vinci would have invented weapons. Is there any evidence that he invented weapons? Other than Assassin's Creed 2?
Yep.
Didn't he invent, like, helicopters and tanks? I mean, without guns on them. Not that they had guns, obviously. He did design weapons? Yeah, okay. I mean, I like, the fact that he's in Assassin's Creed 2, I thought was, like, a nice touch. Just a fun little touch, but, like, makes sense. Dang it. Yeah, I've seen the drawings of, like, his tank and helicopter, right? But, like... Going for another ride. Is it true, Jackie, you might know this, is it true that, they were, like, British engineers, I think, that the British engineers who invented the tank, they named it the tank because they were told that they were inventing a, they were supposed to test with, like, designing a way of getting water to troops across the trenches, essentially. Like, how could we deliver water? Because the, like, you know, the military personnel didn't want to be like, how could we want you to design something that's gonna be like a rolling death machine? Like, we want you to design something that's gonna deliver water? It could be apocryphal. There's every chance that that's not true, but I definitely have read that. That's why they called it a tank. They thought they were transporting water. It's both believable and unbelievable at the same time, right? Like... Yes, I could believe some military dude lying to engineers. But, like, at the same time, is it that hard to find engineers who, like, will just do what, you know? Like, would it be that hard? I feel like there isn't really, it wouldn't be really any point to just tell them, yeah, we're at war. We want you to help us win this war. You know what's always crazy to me is the stories of, like, World War One and, like, the well, there'd be stories of, like, oh, my long lost brother was on the other side of the trenches. I found my long lost brother on the other side of the trench, you know, stuff like that. But also just, like, the Christmas ceasefire and stuff like that. And yes, it's very sad, but it's also kind of, like, interesting in the fact that we could learn something from it. But it's also just an interesting look into human psychology and, like, leadership and, you know, controlling people just because you're telling that, you know, because you're the one in the big hat. No, you have to go kill this person because I have more stars on my shoulder than you. AI says they called it that to fool the opposition into thinking it was about water. Oh, okay. That sounds more plausible than... Maybe that's what I read. And, like, it's been... I've played a game of telephone with my own brain. And that's where it ended up. Because that's how memories work.
Deep breath.
Okay. I will trust AI on this one. That makes sense. Because tank is a weird name. I've always thought that's a weird name. Like, we kind of have an association with that word now as being, like, you know, a hulking thing. But that's only because we called it tank in the first place. You know? I ought to call... That's a funny name. I ought to call them Huzwuzzlers. Tobias. Oh, it's a Simpsons quote hour. Tobias. Did you accept a collect call from the United States of America? $500 dues. And then the kid's like, but it was an emergency. It's kind of weird that, like, I don't just remember the Simpsons quotes. I don't really remember Simpsons quotes. I remember how they said things. I remember, like, the accent that little boy had, which is not Australian at all. Well, slightly. Also, your stick throwing stunt has boomeranged on us. What is it? That stick throwing stunt of yours has boomeranged on us? Oh man, if I'm ever struggling, you know what? If I'm ever, it's been in long enough probably. That like if I'm ever struggling to think of a stream title, I could probably just take a Simpsons quote and be like, yeah, I'm so funny. Here's how I came up with today's stream title, okay? Can you guess? I'll just speak about this generally. You don't have to chime in if you want to, Jackie. And here's the story of today's stream title. How can I think of a joke? Here's my, like, if I'm legitimately trying to think of something funny. Here's the process I do. If something doesn't naturally occur in my head. I go to top 100 English idioms. Okay, and I scroll down and I look for an idiom. And I think to myself, how could I make this idiom literal? And that's it. That's how you come up with a one-liner. You just take a random idiom and then make it literal somehow. And start with the literal information and end with the idiom. That's it. So like there's a Bo Burnham song that has like well the setup is like it's a little problematic, but the setup is having intercourse with a fat girl on different on the elevator, right? And then the punchline is it was wrong on so many levels. I think those jokes can like that kind of joke, it gets people for a moment, right? Like, oh, but like it's extremely easy to write a joke like that. You just take an idiom and then like, okay, it's literal. It's literal now. So there you go. Little joke hack if you ever need to come up with something funny.
Oh shit! Beep, beep.
Or just write something that sounds funny to me. Like, what was it the other day? SpongeBob McSquarepants versus Padraig Star. That one just tickled me. I don't even know why. Oh, man. Is that you criticizing my joke writing technique? You can have that one for free. Like, it's honestly. Sometimes you stumble across some actual gems just doing that. The hard part is like making it succinct and like easy to go. You know, I had like 5 minutes to come up with something, so I was like, oh no, it was funny. Oh, thank you. No, I literally like 5 minutes before the stream started, I was like, look up a random idiom. Taste of their own medicine. Who makes medicine? Johnson & Johnson. That's it. Ooh, the stars are coming out. And the moon moved? It was over there, wasn't it? Huh. Man, they really didn't need to do that. Imagine coding a day-night cycle into your, like, frustration core troll game. Yeah. Anyway.
Shit! Deep breath.
So I'm there's sometimes I just think of random stuff, right? That I'm like, I think it's funny and I'll write it down. And then sometimes I can't use it because it's either too offensive or like doesn't suit me, but like. The other day, my wife said, like, my period's due. And because I'm like a dork, it just popped into my head, me when I'm a run-on sentence.
Crap.
She did not appreciate it. Okay. Let's go down. Oh. I've never had anybody go down on me with facial hair. I wonder what that's like. Hold on, discovering my sexuality along with Nate. I mean... Sex is a funny joke topic. Why is that? That's kind of weird. Do you think people make like do we like humorize sex as a way of like understanding it? Maybe, I don't know. Like just a natural thing that human beings do. But it's an other thing. Anyway.
Grip.
I kind of think it would be like if like I was actually say I like actually was attracted to Nathan. Then it would be like a legitimate like moral question about Hold on, he's actually focused on the game for a minute. Never mind. What's like I've talked about I've talked before about authors writing sex scenes, right? Like
Why this?
one of my favorite things is the I don't know if they still do it, but I think it was a certain publisher out there used to do like awards for like the worst sex scenes in books. Cause like some of them are hilarious, man. See, I've always been of the opinion that like books don't ever need a sex scene. You know? Like, I mean, most stories probably don't, if I'm being honest. There are some stories that do sex scenes in at least like a creative way, like Game of Thrones kind of became known for its what do they call it? What's the type of what's the word? I should know this. What's the word for the type of dialogue where it's just giving information to the audience? Exposition. Yeah, yeah. Game of Thrones did it was sexposition, which is actually kind of genius because you know people love to talk when they have their guard down like that. So it's like, oh yeah, we put all of our exposition in sex scenes. Because people do get loose with their, well, loose with their tongue. Phrasing, you know, is the tip of the iceberg, but other than that, I've never, like, read a sex scene in a book and thought, that was a well-written scene. You know? There's a sex scene in a fantasy book where it's just really awkward, which is kind of, you know, it's okay. But, I don't know. I mean, sex scenes that legitimately are trying to get to something about, like, the human experience, I guess they can exist, but why are they always written so funnily? And then some sex scenes, you read them and it's like, there's that question of where does it cross the line between, like, trying to say something artistic about the human experience and just involving your audience in your kink without their permission? Or their consent, I should say. There's always that issue. I've definitely read some books and just been like, why did this sex scene exist? And why were they doing all that BDSM stuff? 10 out of 10 times, when an author writes about BDSM, you find out that later on there's... Oh wait, the sun's coming up again? Oh my god. Mind blown. It is a full day-night cycle on the mountain. How many days has it been? Up. You know, always be a scene where it'll be like, and then she spanked the main character really hard. Like, why did you put this in the book? Why did this get past the editor? Why? Years later, author found hanging from sex dungeon with pants down and rope around neck. Outside of Stephen King novels, I can't remember any sex scenes I've read in a book. Well, yeah, consider yourself blessed. There is, if you've never read the, there used to be, I forget who did it. The awards for, like, the worst sex scene in a book. They're definitely worth reading, just because they're hilarious, man. Oh, remember when we were here? It's so funny. Just, I don't know. The way some people describe, like, I think one of the classics is, like, her breast windmilled across my face, you know? So, stuff like that. And then just weird, pointless euphemisms like the central zone. Okay, this is not so bad, as long as we don't slide all the way down, which we very well may right now. Nathan, turn please so you have more friction or whatever. But at least, well, I mean, I don't know if I've... Yeah, there are some weird sex scenes in Stephen King books, but, like, he at least has the, excuse of, like... He's writing horror. He wants you to feel bad. He wants you to feel uncomfortable. I mean, there's the notorious sex scene in It, right? Which is a story about literal children. You know? He blames cocaine, I think, on that child orgy or whatever that happens in, It. Okay, that's the ticket. That's how you do that. Yeah, even for that little section there. I don't think even if I was blasted on cocaine, I would ever think to write, like, a scene of that nature. But then, you know. What would I know? I'm no Stephen King. You've heard about that? Never read it. I think I read it when I was, like, 12. Definitely didn't all sink in. But, I mean, so, yeah. It's the kind of scene, I don't even remember it. Like, I've read it. But I remember being shocked to read about it online later. Like, wait, there's a child orgy in, It? I've read it. But it's kind of fade to black, and it kind of, makes sense in the context of the story. And that it's, I don't know, it's sort of an attempt to have the female character take control of her sexuality at a time when, like, you know, she's going through puberty, etc. Anyway, it's complicated, but still. Think of another way. The Metamorphosis of Prime Intellect, I have some questionable stuff along those lines. Oh, yeah, I did look up that book. I remember you, I have it, like, saved in a tab somewhere. It's, like, short and free. I'll let you know if I ever read it. Maybe I'll have to, like, chuck it in. I have, like, so many. I've got, like, literal bookshelf of books behind me that I haven't read. I love reading, but I love collecting more, as it turns out. Oh, AI reading of it on YouTube? Yeah, yeah. Too slow, Jack. Yeah, I got you. Hey, look, we've actually made progress. So the rest is just literally just climb up snow. Whoops. We should be more careful. You can really just slide forever on the snow. Okay. Maybe I'll stick that on next time I'm doing the vacuuming. We should go that. We should be smart and go this way. Yeah, always weird to me. Because how many people have to look at it like a mainstream published book before it actually gets out there, you know? It's gone across so many eyes. At that stage, mind you, Stephen King probably got away with it because he was making his publisher millions and millions of dollars, so there's that. They're probably just like, whatever. Let him do what he wants to do. He's printing us money. It's like how Hassan can't get banned from Twitch. You know? Because Twitch is absolutely cucked by their advertisers. Well, isn't everyone, right? Just believe me that it's not all torture porn. It has a weird start. Oh, okay. No, see, I'm one of those people who judges a book by its first paragraph. It must all be the first paragraph, right? Otherwise, why would you start the book that way? I read a book when I was in university that's like, you start reading the book and then it's just a sort of normal story, and then it gets, they start talking about another story in the story, and then that story becomes the actual story, and you just, and then it keeps going deeper and deeper, and you're like, what the heck happened to the beginning? And it just never gets back around to the beginning. Weird book. I can't even remember. What the heck was that book called? It wasn't Tristram Shandy. Tristram Shandy is similar, but in a different way. Okay.
What?
Maybe I'll put on that reading of it. I think I just have to climb the scree.
Yep.
Hold on, we're really testing the limits of Nate's abilities here.
Oop.
I don't want to just... Okay, alright. Woo! This is a big one. Where's this go? Oh, it's the actual bottom. I love it. Yeah! Ah. Do a Janice. You know you want to do a Janice. Alright, fine. Chandler. Cool. I mean, at some point I knew we were going to fall back to the beginning, but... Interesting. I should have looked to see what was below us. Do you think that would have helped? If I had known what was at stake, would I have performed better or worse? Okay. Well, that's going to take a while to get back to. How do we do this part? Oh yeah, I went up the side here. Need to internalize some of those harder steps. Although at this point, like... Why not just sit here for 6 hours and just keep bashing my head against it until I do it? That's gonna happen anyway. Pop quiz, hotshot. Which Friends character do you identify with the most? I think I have to say Chandler. But like, I identify with Monica a lot as well. Not in the like neat freak sense, but like I'm kind of neurotic as well, I guess. Like, I'm not a neat freak exactly, but I like, if I care about a thing, I like things to be in a certain way. Oh, you sent me the link on Reddit? Cool. Thank you, Jackie. I will. I do actually have to... Oh, maybe I'll listen to that when I have like the perfect excuse to listen to that. I have to like bug bomb the house this afternoon. So I can't be inside for like 4 hours. Does the AI robot have a sexy voice? Oh yeah, this is where we go down. Yeah. Because if not, never mind. Forget it. Don't rush. Hold on. I mean, climbing a mountain was never going to be easy, right? I have to assume this is like the ultimate challenge of the game. I don't even remember this. Oh yeah, I had choices. That's right. I went that way, right? Or... That looks like a path I would definitely shy away from. The author was a computer programmer. Not exactly the best written book out there, but its concepts are kind of awesome. Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean... I thought the same thing about The Martian. I read my way through that. There's definitely, I think, especially in sci-fi, there's definitely room for stories that are idea-based, you know, rather than character-based or whatever. This looks perilous. Did I do this? Baby steps. It's just baby steps, right? What are you gonna do? Little baby, oh, baby steps. Whoopsies. Sorry, Nathan, I didn't even realize your leg was under you in that way. Alright. Scurry up. Scurry up the mountain. Let's continue. What's happening in the news, Jackie? I'm on a bit of a digital detox. I did see that James Vanderbeek died. Which is... Sure, whatever. But like, you know... Young age to pass away at from cancer. It does kind of suck. What is this I've been reading about, like people our age, in their 40s, or like millennials in their 40s are now like really at high risk of colorectal cancer for some reason. Colorectal cancer. I should go down here. Like might be associated with a lack of fiber. Is that a thing I need to be concerned about? Eat fiber? Yeah. I mean, I eat a lot of fiber. I definitely have I mean, I love carbs. Are carbs fiber? Like what? Bread is fiber, right? Like fruits and vegetables are fiber. Or is it the kind of thing where you're like way better off eating like vegetable fiber than you are eating like bread? Because like, I mean, regardless, eat your vegetables is good advice. Yep. Yeah, I mean, carbs are basically fiber, right? I don't remember doing this, but I must have. Or mustn't I have? I don't believe I went that way. It might be one of those things that like, Whoops, 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 whoops. As time goes on, the statistics might even out a bit more. Okay, all right. Approach this a little more intelligently. But are like millennials supposed to be like? Is that a thing that millennials grew up with low fiber diets for some reason? Like it was very hard for my dad to get me to eat vegetables when I was a kid. Add this one to the looking back, the file labeled, the folder labeled obvious autistic traits that I only noticed looking back. But I used to literally used to eat peas like you would swallow pills. One pea at a time, and then like a mouthful of water. If I was forced to eat peas, that was the only way I could stomach them. Obviously a bit inefficient, right? Like, would not recommend. And have like 100 peas that way, and then just feel super bloated. Also, chewing is a big important part of digestion too, so like...
Oh, shit.
It was probably a pointless endeavor. Okay, we know this path. Do go this way. Do go up. Should I try this way? Well, that one kind of looks easier, but it has that scurry at the end that's hard. Whereas this is just sort of medium hard scurry the whole way. Alright. We'll stay here. It's a casserole shillet. It's a casserole shillet. It'll stay. You were efficient. You would take the fork full of mashed potatoes and roll it in peas. That's a good one. If you like peas, I suppose. That's a good one. Did you ever get the, like, told off for the knife in the mouth? I used to get told off constantly for putting the knife in my mouth. It's bad manners, apparently, to put the knife in your mouth. Which is, you know, debatable in my opinion, but... I thought I would just try. We might still slide onto this little nub here. Okay.
No.
That's a nice little safety nub. You were told not to do it, so you never did it. Well, weren't you a good little boy? You weren't just oppositionally defiant and like, no, screw you, I'm gonna do it anyway, just because you told me not to? You never ever had that thought? Hold on. I'm starting to understand my son a little bit better. Oh. I definitely did things I was told not to. Just because I didn't like the notion of somebody telling me what not to do, you know? When I was a kid. You can't control me. Because then you get in trouble, and what good does that do? Yeah, well, I suppose, like, I mean... I'm trying to think, like, I was never really, like, punished as a kid. Oh, that was easy. There were definitely some punishments that worked, like, Oh, I'm just realizing now I grew up in an era where it was legal to, like, smack your kids. Oh, maybe we did come this way. I feel like I remember this. It used to be legal to hit your children here. Well, I mean... that changed it during my lifetime. Oh, maybe that is the way we went, because I do kind of remember walking around here. Whatever. It's the way we're going to go forever now. But yeah, I used to get like leather strap on the buttocks when I was a kid. Not much. I don't think my dad liked doing it, but like I also had like a weird high pain tolerance as a kid, so like it wouldn't even bother me. So he just was like I think my dad literally at one point was like, "Well, if it doesn't hurt you, I'm not gonna bother doing it." You had the leather belt, man. I haven't thought about so-called corporal punishment in a long time. It's even weirder to think about how teachers used to be able to hit the students. Yeah, I got like, it was like the wooden spoon and the leather belt, but very quickly I just got used to it and I was like, so my dad was like, well, never mind then. We won't do that. And then he bought my brother and I a PlayStation. The first time you didn't cry, it stopped. Yeah, okay. It was probably like something similar to that. Oh yeah, this looks familiar. And then yeah, maybe even like a year or two later, my dad bought my brother and I a PS1. And I mean, I was always a good boy anyway. Really, I like following rules. I like the rigidity of rules. It's nice. It was pretty much just fighting with my brother. That was the only thing. But it would always be like, if you fight with your brother, you're not allowed to play the PlayStation. I'm like, well, okay. I'm not going to fight with him. What an effective tool that was. What an effective parenting tool. But then I definitely grew up in front of a TV, which is problematic in its own way. Anywho. It's illegal to now hit your children. You can't hit your children. I mean, like... So it was funny. I remember when the law changed. I was in university at the time. It wasn't even that long ago, which is kind of funny. But, like, there was a lot of discourse going around at the time. People saying stuff like, oh, the government wants to control everything now. I can't even, like, give my own kid a little slap around the ear, you know. It's good for him, that kind of thing. Whereas the actual people who introduced the bill... I actually still call it a bill, right? A bill in the United States. The people who introduced the bill were like, oh, this country has a problem with people abusing their children, and then claiming it was just, what the heck? Claiming it was just, you know the word I'm trying to think of? You know, just parenting, like... Yep, it was just like a normal punishment. Because there were cases of people just, you know, physically abusing their children and then claiming that they were just, Oh yeah, I figured out how to do this last time. Just follow the white, follow the albumin. Anyway. Let's not do it like that. I don't know how I feel about that though. Like, cause like, I mean, anthropologically speaking, we've probably been like smacking our children forever, right? Probably. I mean, I don't think it has like a much of a place in a modern society, but you know. But then we're better than just our biology, I suppose. We can actually reason. Okay. Oh yes, I remember this slide. It's like several stages. The mountain is separated into several stages. This stage is... Why the heck is my monitor flashing like that? You got a loose cable monitor? Hold on. Oh my gosh. Spill my caffeinated beverage all over my
Not why.
I don't even know where it plugs in. Where does it plug in, man? This turned into a disaster. Someone's clothing. That will soak up. I'll be back in a minute. This'll do. Something actually designed to soak up spills. Does my keyboard still work? Hold on, we've changed sides and we can't change back. Oh, it's F. What a key choice. F to change cameras. Yeah, anyway. How do we punish kids these days? No more Snapchat for you. Oh. I wonder what the adults of the future are going to be like. That's going to be weird. Imagine being old and there's a bunch of kids walking around going like, I don't know, what would they be? Or a bunch of adults, sorry, walking around being like, skibbity riz. I suppose my dad's generation probably already thinks that about us. But what are the 30-year-olds, the 30 to 40-year-olds going to be saying when I'm 80? I'm lost? I think that's the path we went down, right? We go up here. Monitor stopped flickering. Pro tip, if your monitor starts flickering, just knock a drink over on your desk. It fixes it, trust me. Okay, this mountain, man, is not really that hard, I guess.
Oh, crap.
It's not terribly easy on either, but it's like any challenge in this game. There's spikes of difficulty. And figuring out your route is kind of half the fun. Like, this step feels weirdly hard compared to the rest. I may be doing it wrong, as well as the, you know.
Where's the quad?
It's always the possibility. Alright. See if I can't get some headway. Where's that towel? We're still going, huh, Nathan? Just...
Yeah,
I think it helps. I think it genuinely does help if you can get the surface area. Alright, over here. Get Nathan's surface area spread out. Okay. Up this way. But yeah, I haven't... What have I seen in the news? James Vanderbeek died. That's pretty much it. That's all I've seen.
Watch it burn.
I don't really, like, care about him at all as a celebrity or whatever, but, you know. I do try to say I'm a humanist, so, like, on a human level, pretty sad. 48. 6 kids, right? 6 kids is a lot of kids. I think that's what I read. Leave behind 6 children? It's a lot. Actually, probably the thing we're talking about with that is that didn't his family have to start a GoFundMe because just having cancer like bankrupted him or whatever? Ooh, okay, hold on. Was gonna rant about public health care for a second, but I'm doing this wrong, right? Like, technically it works,
Oh crap!
but are you not supposed to like get your foot up here?
Oh,
Maybe?
shit.
I do see this rather strategically placed white blob there. But then again, unless it's a, because there's less risk falling here, right? Much less risk, which makes you think it's not the right way to do it. The high risk way is probably how you're supposed to be intended to do this. It is funny to think that you can climb this whole mountain without like a single direction, you know? Like games about climbing, excuse me, or like an Uncharted when you're climbing, it's like the yellow paint syndrome or whatever. Whereas this game is like, just make your game readable and you can and the player will be able to figure it out.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So I'm trying to make sure that the momentum is going forward so that if we fall, we don't fall down this side, but doesn't work that way. Well, it does, but I'm doing it wrong. What else is in the news? It's all doom and gloom, man. We need us some good. Where's what's his name? John Krasinski. We need him to come back and rip off some other good news thing that I won't even bother watching. Okay. Whoops. Guess we had to just lean into the mountain. Sometimes the game will just let you let go of the controls, sometimes it won't. It's a very well-made game.
Okay.
Oddly enough. Alright. He wants to make love to the mountain. Anybody else remember that one? I remember that era of like musical remixes. That was such a big era of YouTube. Probably like just before the 2010s into the 2010s. Everybody's doing like remember auto-tune this or whatever? Auto-tune this? Auto-tune was such a big cultural touchstone that even like Ellen did it on her show. That's how big it was. Should I be? Oh, turns out if you're good, you can just step up. Auto-tune, can't hug every cat, etc. Man, that was the day. That was when you should. That was the day. That was the time to get into YouTube, man. When all you had to do was just take somebody else's video, put auto-tune over their voice, and then you'd, like, you know, make $1 million. Not that life is about money. Oh, sorry, some random beat in the background. Boop, boop, doop, doop, boop, 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 boop. You do have to have some musical talent. They climbing in your windows, they snatching your peoples up. Who the heck owns the copyright to that? That's my question. Who's the originator of that? Does the person who said the said the words, do they get like a writing credit on the song? How did that work? Did Auto-Tune This ever pay the people that they, like, you know, took the voices and likenesses of and used? Back in those days, the whole like copyright structure would have been entirely different for like YouTube. I wonder who is the top YouTuber before people started making money on YouTube? Is there like someone out there who was like king of YouTube, but before it was monetized? And then their like whole career began and ended before money was even involved in YouTube? What the heck am I doing? That person, well, maybe they're a perfectly happy person, which hopefully they are, but...
What? Not like this.
Imagine being that person. Like the person who threw away that, like, hard drive with, like, 100 Bitcoin on it or whatever. Back in, like... when was Bitcoin worth nothing? 2012? I don't know. I just spent like 10 years trying to find it in the dump or whatever. Trying to find that Bitcoin hard drive in the landfill. Oh, what could have been? It's a question that haunts all of us. Not really. I mean, I'm shit. You ever read that book, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck? I'm one of those quote unquote, I'll say lucky people, but like I'm one of those people who just like has that ability naturally.
Daddy.
To just not care about stuff. Okay. I care about this step though. Oh, see, the slidey ones are definitely my nemesis. I'm not the best at I like to take my time. Nice big slow steps is what I prefer. But the slip just forces you to send it. Okay, we've kind of got a working strategy here. Oh, oh, oh! We almost had it.
Why this specific thing happening right now?
Even with the strengths of Nate's Incredible Hulk-like quads. Couldn't quite get that. Alright. Come on, Nathaniel. Oof. Okay. What were you, I'm trying to prioritize falling down this left side, you know. I'm thinking more about that than actually getting up the mountain. Which is, I suppose, kind of the point of the game. Okay, there we go. It's actually kind of easy if you just do it right. This one is weird. I feel like this one, you're better off just doing a big step. Than trying to scramble. I don't know. Hopefully I'll never have to do it again. Hopefully I'll never get to play the game again. Oh yeah, I remember this. This part. Yeah. Okay. Come on, Nathan. You're my boy, Blue. Okay. I need to watch Old School again, man. Oh, god damn it. That's not gonna be good. Can we stick on this? Stick, Nathan? Stick, please? Nope. Okay, alright. We get to lock it in again. Just more practice for that awful step. Dang, that's a big one. Completely made me forget what I was talking about. Oh, the monitor is flashing again? What the heck? Chance for me to spill my caffeinated beverage again? My DVR might be loose. Game's hard enough already. Don't need literal flickering distractions. Not even that old, this monitor? My dad's the kind of guy who will often go on about how, like, everything is crap these days. Like, things were made better in the past. I mean, it's kind of not wrong, right? Like, he literally has a fridge from the 60s that is still running. Or still does run, you know. I don't think it's been running consistently since the 60s, but...
Ow.
Alright, Nathan, just throw yourself over, okay. I know that it's because I put the feet wrong, but sometimes it does feel like he just decides to nope out. Okay. I mean, climbing a mountain is cool and all, but it's much more interesting to me when it's like, where can I put my foot? Do I put my foot on, like, the rubber duck over there? You know? That much more kind of mishmashy type of climbing puzzle. Oh, so we go from duck to bicycle tire. To Uzi. To stairs. I'm not sure I've really... I mean, I've definitely learned something from this game. Okay. I told you we were going to lock that in. Dang it. Now I've got to do it again. And it essentially went the places I expected it to. And I enjoyed Nathan's arc, quote unquote, arc. His very slight character development. But yeah, I don't know. Would I have enjoyed the game more if it was just puzzles without the plot? Probably not. Without the kind of introspection it tries to force upon you. Okay, that's a weird one, Nathan. I guess probably not. I wouldn't have enjoyed it more. But there is something to be said about, you know, just... Oh, I have a list of things I want to do the mounted puzzle. You know, what are you going to do if you want to, like... How do people practice? I suppose they use mods, probably, but... Like, if you didn't have access to a mod, how would you, like, practice speedrunning this game? You know? I feel like you would get so much more practice at the beginning and very little practice at the ending. They didn't make their game with speedrunners in mind? What is wrong with them? Don't they know it's 2026? Speedrunning is all the rage? I do not have that locked in, by the way.
No.
Wait. We probably couldn't go up this way, right? Hold on. Is this worth trying? Oh, surely. That feels very deliberate, but I'm gonna fall anyway. Might be doable, but I don't think that's for me. That doesn't play to my strengths.
God.
Get up, Nathan. You just lie there saying God.
Crap.
All right, all right. Try again. It was kind of underhyped, the mountain, so like I didn't really know about, but we probably should have had fall counter or something. I probably spent more time on. I think I did the Manbreaker in a couple hours. Couple hours it took to do the Manbreaker. Done nothing but this mountain all day today. 3 hours. I know. I feel like the Manbreaker was over and done with pretty quickly. So like, I'm not sure where to rank it in my brain. This is probably harder. I mean, the difficulty is a little different, but it's harder in a different way, but I think this is harder overall. Manbreaker was a fun kind of, like, fun level of difficulty, you know. Hard enough that it was still engaging, but not hard enough to really be frustrating. Has anybody tried to make one of these games through like a like a seed-based system? Like a roguelike climbing game? Do those exist? Roguelike climbers, where the path is like generated and not preset? Probably be terrible, I guess. I mean, part of the reason this game is so good is that they thought carefully about they thought carefully about every little step that you would have to make in the game. Dang it. No, we're not gonna go. We're not gonna go. Nathan, stop, please. Please, Nathan. Don't do this to me, Nathan. You asshole.
Why this?
Alright, that's not so bad. Stick there. Ooh, look at that path up there, man. Is that really the path? It freaking looks perilous. If this game just has us scaling vertical walls by the end of it, I'll be impressed. Because part of my enjoyment out of this game has been the just discovery of what you can and can't do. We still streaming? Oh, yep. That looks right. Just double check. Because that was a big aha moment at the beginning of the game. Like, wait, you can just climb stuff, huh? Yes, it is this way. At least my path is this way. What else is in the news? Do I even want to know? Should I just be content with my own little bubble? The ever-present paradox of wanting to be an informed individual, but also not wanting to... Well, I guess also just wanting to exist within your own little bubble. I guess I know which one is healthier. I'm going through this little dad moment where kind of, I mean, it's It's very, I mean, it's very specific to my life and kind of like complicated, but my daughter is about to enter school. Like I don't know. We would call it primary school here. The first real stage of her education. But my son is behind. I'm trying to be vague deliberately. My son is behind, right? So he's gonna be in kindergarten, the garden of children, for a while without his sister, who is essentially like, you know, he's been joined to at the hips since they were born. Almost literally done everything together.
Oh no!
Whoops. And I'm wondering, I think he's going to struggle a bit when he's there by himself. And it's like, it hasn't happened yet. Like, the changeover hasn't happened yet. But it will. I've talked to him about it. Like, you know, he says he's looking forward to it, but I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's going to struggle for a bit. But hopefully, you know, hopefully it'll be a good chance for him to make friends that aren't his sister. That aren't just like, you know, the default friend you were born with. Because he is, and I suppose I am also, the type of person who, you know, will go with what they know because it's easy. Need a bit of a push to venture out into other things. We're explorers, but we're also afraid of venturing out there. I guess why that's humans work best as a group, right? Like ape together strong. I think I've decided as I get older, like I don't need a more complicated outlook on life than that. That's pretty much it. Ape together strong. I hate being sick, man. But like, I was thinking about this the other day. It seems so obvious to me that humans are... We're not a hive, right? In the sense that we share like the same sort of impulses driving us forward. Don't like wasps and bees and etc. They work on like pheromones, right? Like a lot of that goes into their behavioral structure. They're like literally chemically compelled to engage in certain behaviors. I mean, we probably are too. Human beings probably are too, but not in the same sense. Well, we're not a hive. What are we? Because, you know, it's almost no human... Well, I'll put it this way. It's so much harder to survive on your own than it is to survive in a tribe. Right? But, like, it seems like... Oh, God. It seems really easy for humans to slot into that, like, skill share type of society, you know? Like, well, this is you are going to have a specialty. You have one speciality. You know how to do this thing. Okay? You're the blacksmith of the group, and your father was a blacksmith, and you will learn how to be a blacksmith. And you will continue to be the blacksmith of the village. And you will pass it on to your child. No, but everybody has their specialty, right? And then we only work as a society by like sharing things around. Like, oh, you've got a pear tree. I've got a orange tree. Don't know why it took me so long to think of another fruit. Oh, you've got too many pears? Here, I'll trade you some pears for oranges, and then we both have variety. You know, that kind of like simple living that doesn't work anymore on the scale that we've managed to breed to.
Deep breath.
I think human beings work really well in that environment. The nature of our jobs these days are that they're so abstracted from just our basic needs. You know, that I think it's people lose that sense of value. You know? When you slaughter a lamb and share its meat around the entirety of your village, you immediately get that feedback. It's like, yes, okay, this is correct. You know?
Okay.
But it's so easy for us to just go to a store and not think about somebody had to kill that animal, and either that or a machine did it. You know, somebody had to butcher that for you. Nameless person you'll never know. A machine did it. I'm gonna name my autobiography that for no reason. I always thought if I ever write an autobiography, even if it's just as a joke, just title it something that's like confusing, that has nothing, and then never explain why it's titled that. You know? Like, a machine did it. Or like, you know, the audacity of perseverance. But then never really tell any stories about perseverance.
Okay.
Because when have I ever really had to persevere in my life? Never? Oh. I'm a privileged white kid who also has the privilege of being part brown, so I'm so I can still access those government grants and education funds. Best of both worlds. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I can talk about whatever I want. So I'm very white passing, right? In a country that is, I don't know, what's the most accurate way of putting it? Culturally mixed? Sorry, I'm not stun locked. I'm just looking at the game for a second. In a country that is culturally mixed, I can claim both connections to both dominant cultures, white European and New Zealand Maori. But I'm white passing, so I don't get any of the racism thrown in my face.
Fuck.
So, you know, best of both worlds. When, like, God was spinning the roulette wheel on my genetics. Have him be genetically brown so that he can claim that too, but have him look white. So he doesn't have to deal with the outward, the actual outward problems that come with being darker skinned. Privilege is a weird thing to think about, though. Like, I do think it's important to be aware of your luck, you know? Like, a lot of life is luck. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging that. I might even go so far as to say, like, nearly all of life is luck. Because, like, yes, people do well in school and... Oh, God. Why is this step so hard for me? Yes, people can do well in school and have good educations and etc., but, like... Can't you always just fall back on, well, they were lucky to be born who they were born as? Which is kind of a weird... Well, it's a weird way to look at causality. Because you can't have luck before you are born. You don't exist, right? It's kind of like saying, well, your soul was lucky enough to go into that person. You know, but, I mean... It's all just luck, really, isn't it? Who you are in the life you live. It's pretty much just luck. Even for people who consider themselves unlucky, you know, like I considered myself to be unlucky for a long time. You know, growing up poor will do that to a kid. And kids don't have, like, you know, good perspectives, so... My overall luck has certainly increased since been an adult. In the sense that, well, now I have control of my life. But, now I do realize, even when I was a kid, I was lucky that, you know... In a certain sense. Dang it. I'm not saying it's a good thing to be poor, but, you know. Like, it's not all bad.
No.
You know, the corruption of money. I'm 14 years old, by the way. You don't have the corruption that comes with money, but you know, you don't have the opportunities that come with money either. And like, certainly people who grew up... Like, I never grew up hungry. Put it that way. I wasn't the type of poor who grew up hungry. I was the type of poor who grew up with the wrong video game console. I didn't grow up with my favorite video game console. How unlucky was I? You know, when you put it that way? It's like, huh. Yeah, I was actually pretty lucky. Pretty lucky to just have running hot water. You know, some way of putting your complaints in perspective. But that's what maturing is, right? But now I'm definitely like lucky. Not only am I lucky that I'm not starving, I'm lucky that I get to just... I don't have to work and I play video games. Okay. I have to do something against this. I think we're doing it right. I'm just doing it badly. There's kind of... There's not really any foot space here, but...
Oh, crap.
Okay, alright. The key is to not fall down the mountain. As long as we can focus on that. I think I'm better off focusing on not falling than on, Okay. Like, there's some grip to be had. Is the thing. There's some grip to be had. Okay, it's nice to be on this side of that. It's been a while. Don't just throw it away like I... Okay, throw it away like you did last time. God. We might be able to curve here and at least... Okay, I mean, we're used to being here anyway. This is a nice ledge.
God.
Alright. I'm gonna get to, like, the part I've gotten to in the mountain and not even freaking remember. Like, how far did I get? I fell at a part that basically throws you back to the beginning. It's all a wash. Whatever. Ultimately, it's just left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. Pasta chaos. The amount of patience you have, amazing. Oh, thank you, thank you. I kind of pride myself in approaching this game with the thought that like we've already beaten the game. Like, right? It's just a literally 100% a mental challenge. You know, it's just a matter of time. I have already beaten the game at some point in the future. Or, I mean, I've already beaten... If you want to be technical, I've already beaten the game, but...
Shit.
I've already... At some point in the future, I have already overcome the challenges, so... It's just a matter of getting to that future. Either that or I'm just autistic. Taking all bets now. I'm putting my money down on the autistic one. You know? There is evidence. But also, I don't know. This game is relaxing to me. It's, I legitimately find it relaxing to push the buttons. Whoa, and watch them do weird stuff like that. So I don't know. No, it's not even a test of patience, really, for me. Like, I don't know. I'd much rather be doing this than, like, playing, like, a fighting game or something. A really hard boss in a fighting game? That's way more likely to make me feel frustrated. At least the difficulty here is always fair. You know, nothing will... There's essentially no RNG in this. So if you do it right, it will work. Yeah, I don't know. I guess in general, I also just don't... Video games don't frustrate me because... At the back of my mind, I'm always thinking, I'm sitting here comfortable playing a video game. Why would I be frustrated at that? But having said that, some online games, for sure. It's the only time... I don't think there's any Battlefield streams left. Oh, maybe there are. I don't know if there's... They were on Twitch, but they they expire out. I haven't played Battlefield in a long time, but definitely that gets me my most salty. Especially when I feel like I died because it was the game's fault or the internet's fault and not my fault. That's I find that a test of patience. More so than this. Probably why I shouldn't play online games. Yep. Alright. Go around again. It's just, I don't know. It's all mindset, man.
Ow.
It's not that we have to do it again. It's that we get to do it again. Thing about that attitude, though, is I've never really, like, celebrated anything in this game. But then I guess I tend not to be, like, a jump out of your chair, woohoo, kind of person anyway. It's more like a, cool, alright, next thing. What are we gonna do now? So I guess maybe I'm robbing myself of those big woohoo moments as well. Maybe if I treated a fall as more of a big deal, I would then treat a victory as more of a big deal. But either way, it's all zen, man. Whoops, don't just throw it away immediately. Like, life could be so much worse.
God.
I'm choosing to play a difficult game. Why would I if I'm frustrated, I'm frustrated at myself, I guess, for making that choice. There's legitimately something to be learned there. Yep. Get up, Nathan. Oh my god. How could I make this step easier for myself? It's definitely a sticking point for me. I think I'm not that good when it slides. I think that's it. I'm just not very good at the sliding.
Fuck.
Sometimes when I do that step, it looks easy too. I can't really replicate it. That's cool. I don't know if I've ever been called amazing before. I'll take it. Putting it in the resume. Pastor Chaos said my patience was amazing. Also, I was once approached by the Prince of Nigeria to broker a financial deal. Bet you can't say that. Oh, you can? Oh. I wonder what the hit rate was. That would be... Oh, man. It would be so awesome if that stat was available. After all those years with the Prince of Nigeria email scam, how much money do you think the originators of that scam actually made? I'd really love to know, man. It would be so funny to me if they just made, like, $10,000. Which is still kind of, you know, awful for someone to be scammed out of, or, like, multiple people to be scammed out of. But it'd be so funny. They probably made a lot of money, honestly. That scam was around for so long. And especially since it was targeted at, like, older people. Very much Gandalfing here. I have no memory of this place. Hold on. I have no memory of this place. That's not very good, Gandalf. Because we know Gandalf is more like, Bilbo Baggins, do not take me for some gobbler of soft dicks. Okay, probably one of my worst jokes, but I'll never stop saying it. Gandalf can get his freak on, man. Yeah, I do. I don't remember this at all. Okay, whatever. It's baby steps, man. Literally the title of the game. Okay, actually easy. Oh yeah, this looks familiar. Came up here. Yeah, all the way around. And we Pac-Man around to the other side or whatever. I guess we technically are doing that always and forever. Much like pooping back and forth. Yeah. Let me come around the other side. Oh, this feels weird. I don't remember this. Probably because it's not hard. I didn't bother. Didn't bother to pay attention. Much like when I was in school. Hold on. Why does this feel different? Oh, you know, I did make it here. Yeah. That's right. I think I went that way, though, huh? I went that way. We could go this way. I'm assuming... that way looks nice. But I kind of want to investigate over here. There's definitely not going to be a way we can avoid falling all the way to the bottom of the mountain. Like, they wouldn't just give you a path like that, would they? Either way, we're going to have to face that kind of challenge. Huh. Yeah, see, this doesn't feel right. We might have to go that way. I wish it was clearer. This is what it looked like when I climbed Mount Fuji, man. Legitimately, I think we were... I was at the top for like 10 minutes. I was like, screw this.
God.
It was also very cold. Probably don't want Nate to fall, huh? I think we got plenty of space to, I think we got plenty of space to slide. Yeah, okay. Past the chaos. Do you want to join my fan club? I've got the fan club. It's called Albumin Supremacists. Okay. Don't mind him. That's a stupid joke. You know what makes it a good joke is that nobody gets it. Okay. Really love a joke you have to explain. It's where the real humor is. Oh man, I should have done sounds like a taste of their own medicine. If I had more time to mull it over. This is very much draft number 1. Johnson & Johnson are sick. Sounds like a taste of their own medicine. Hold on. Might genuinely be stage worthy. As a groaner, anyway. Who's that other comedian? There's a comedian out there who's essentially built a whole career on just taking idioms and making them literal, right? Stephen Wright, maybe? He's actually really funny. In my opinion. It has this wait. We must have gone up here and fallen up here somewhere. This looks like the point where yeah. If you fall here, you go all the way back to the beginning. Was that's the cabin down there? Okay. Alright. We're in the danger zone. Like Stephen Wright has a whole bunch of jokes that are like I was in the park the other day and something was like off in the distance and I was, you know, I can't remember the setup. It's like I saw a frisbee. I thought, is that a frisbee? I couldn't tell if it was a frisbee and then it hit me, you know? That kind of a joke. I feel like it's, you know, you can reverse engineer that joke, right? Oh man, this mountain is something, huh? Like you can, reverse engineer that joke. You start with the punchline, and then it hit me, and you think of something that could physically, literally hit you, and that's pretty much it. And then you tell the joke backwards, and people are like, "Whoa, he's a genius." It's actually kind of formulaic. Whoops. Okay, back to the beginning. Cool, we get to do it again. It would be nice. I need to analyze that step a little bit more. Ooh, we're really just flying on this one, huh? The big one. All right, let's do it again. I've already deconstructed the jokes of better comedians than funnier people. The stream, I guess I don't need to do it again. But I've always had that thought, you know. There's a lot of jokes that I'm like, ha ha ha, that's a good joke, and I wasn't expecting it, but I see how you wrote that joke. Oh yeah, remember this? Remember this nonsense? Still not convinced this is the right way to go, but that's the way I went. Okay, alright. Looks like we might be on the mountain for a while. Good. I think I would be disappointed, honestly, if this was easy. Like, Manbreaker was fun. Did not live up to the name, in my opinion. Jim definitely did overhype it. He deserved what he got. So is Jim just dead? And sorry, spoilers. Is Jim just dead? We haven't seen him since he took that leap of faith. Since he audio Ezio Auditore da Firenze himself off the cliff. Who's your go-to Assassin's Creed character? If I'm thinking of Ezio, if I'm thinking of Assassin's Creed, I definitely think of Ezio. I guess that's just I was of that era. I'm gonna keep doing this weird step until it works. Those were my Assassin's Creeds. The original, and then the 3 with Ezio. And then I didn't even play Assassin's Creed 3. Which was apparently not very good anyway. What am I doing? See, I think the game clearly wants you to go that way, right? Hold on. Can you just go up and around? What? Am I a fool? I mean, yes, obviously. But should I have just been doing this the whole time? Whoops. Just go up and then turn left. Oh well, all roads lead to Rome. Whoop, whoop. This is weird. Is this like a hidden symbol, do you think? There gonna be like hidden symbols in the game? And then a cave at the end, you input all the symbols in the correct order to get the real challenge? I'm assuming there is an agreed upon, like, you know, hardest challenge in the game. Maybe there isn't. Maybe there isn't. Anything with, like, slide. Well, for me, it's anything with, like, slips and slides. Am I not supposed to go straight up there, or am I supposed to kind of worm my way across? Alright, well, fall before we even get to it. Kind of looks like you just... I'm sure I made it up here, right? Just bashing Nate's head over and over again.
Why?
Or did I not? Could I not do this part? So I did that weird step over there instead. I'm sure there's a part where I came up the right-hand side and made it up. Oh, Nathan. You big old pill of a man. Oh yeah, I did do that. Yeah. And then instead of... Did I... Huh. I'm so confused. How am I so confused? But I feel like I went up here. Okay, yeah, this is right. This is where I went. Okay, whatever. I don't need to know why I was confused, just that I'm not confused anymore. You ever wonder how many times, like, you've been out and about doing an errand or whatever, and just missed a person you know, or something like that, you know? It's like, you know how this game and other games... Oh yeah, we go down here, I forgot. Have like a map. Like I was playing a lot of Arc Raiders. Not so much anymore. Like a lot of people, I guess, even though a lot of people still play that game. And like at the end of every run, it'll tell you like, or end of every raid, it'll give you like your a little replay of the path you took. Or, what is it in Harry Potter? The, Marauders map or whatever? I feel like it would be cool to have one of those for real life. So you could just be like, get a replay on your like trip to the grocery store. And you could be like, oh shit, Dave was at the grocery store too. And we just never even noticed each other. You know what I mean? I'd like one of those for real life. Don't fall, Nathan. Oh my gosh. Oh, dang. That would have been okay if we didn't hit that one. Holy crap, is it really it's just starting to come down? Oh yeah, this little slot. I remember. We've slid to this little slot quite a few times. Holy, it's coming down. Or like, holy crap, I went to a concert, and someone I haven't seen in 10 years was at that same concert, but I didn't bump into them. You ever wonder how often that happens in your life? That kind of thing? What was that like? Wasn't there like a newspaper? Oh shit. Wrong button. Oh shit. Oh, this is not the very bottom, right? No, this is safe. Oh yeah, this is that weird scramble there. Missed connections or whatever. Like missed connections in the newspaper. Excuse me. I haven't had any lunch. Why is the stream? I feel like there's a big delay in the stream at the moment. I don't know how to fix that. Alright. Scuttle up here, you scuttly boy. Dang it. Me, the handsomely dressed man in the fedora. Or Trilby, I guess, technically, right? I'm gonna be accurate. Me, the handsomely dressed Redditor in, Trilby. With immaculately trimmed neckbeard. You. Pokemon-obsessed waitress. With purple streak in hair. Missed connections. Okay, alright, we're not...
No.
Okay. We could be on this mountain for a long time. So we need to make peace with that now. I have no horror game to play on Sunday. Well, nothing's set in stone. But I probably won't play this. Just because I haven't got a horror game. I should really find a horror game between now and Sunday. Sunday horror. Should really play one I haven't played before. So I'll probably do that. Like... At this point, I'm pretty happy with the schedule of three streams, baby steps, one stream horror. One stream horror game. Happy to just sit in that for a while.
Oh no!
Good boy. He makes so many sounds when like literally nothing is happening. It's like the programming is while you're on one foot, make sound. It's a while loop. While. On one foot, camel case, of course. Well, it's Unity, right? So it's probably C#. While on 1 foot,
Oh no!
Nate.ohno equals true. Okay, that's a big one. This is an even bigger one. While Nate.ohno equals true, play sound. ohno.wav.
Oh shit!
Okay, just keep your feet on. Oh. Okay. Yeah,
No
we have to get.
way.
You have to get fairly unlucky to slide down there. But it can't happen. Okay, it's fast. You gotta keep your feet together. Oh. Love how you can see what happened. Fast, but keep your feet together.
God.
And you wait forward, Nathan. Wait forward, please. Thank you. All right. Lean into the mountain, man. Did nobody teach you nothing?
Shit.
Wait, they kind of didn't. Although Nate's parents come across as decent parents, right? Like, it doesn't seem like they neglected him, except for maybe in the sense that they didn't push him to become independent, I guess. You can make it look like the game. Whoops. Please don't just go down there, Nathan. For that, you can make it look like it's so much steeper by giving the game a different angle, right? Okay, let's see. What is the time? I think there's still a lot of mountain to go. This is more like it. I'm starting to enjoy this. I wish it wasn't really like a snow challenge. I wish it was more of a like random objects sticking out of the mountain challenge, but that's fun. I do go this way though. This is the way I went. Okay, good. Irregardless, which isn't really a word. It's a fun time. I rate this game quite highly. Even just for... Holy, that was a bad one. Even just for how, like, this is a very handcrafted game, right? Which I appreciate. Like, I would say this game is better made than, like, Starfield or something. Which I know is a weird comparison, but, like... Didn't a lot of people complain? I never played it. Oh, I didn't mute my mic. Okay, hold on. The keyboard is... It's actually not working. Hold on. What just happened? What? I need to buy a new keyboard? Are you kidding me? Wait, Alt-Tab. Oh. It doesn't... Alt won't release? Oh my god. This is why you don't put drinks on your desk, kiddies. It's not worth it. Now I legitimately need to get a new keyboard. Which is annoying because I Alt-Tab all the time. Maybe I can open it up and clean it. Oh well. That's irrelevant to this. Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? Sun's going down again. Should we count the days? What is this now? Oh, well, let me just Alt-Tab. Is this day 3? Hold on. Can I... Backspace doesn't work. I can't tap. Never mind. Never mind. I can't tap. Backspace doesn't work. Everything is like shift is stuck on by the feel of it, by the look of it. Cool. Anybody know a cheap mechanical keyboard I could buy? I used to have like 8. And I sold them all. Now I've just spilled a caffeinated soda beverage over the one I kept. Alright. Hey, I remember this. It's our favorite step. Yeah. Love it. Okay, I do need to keep an eye on the time because I actually have to fumigate the house. That wasn't a joke. I'm literally going to fumigate the house after I finish streaming. So no extra time. Oh, this is fun. This again. No extra time today. Thing is also is like going back to my upbringing. I'm well versed in like entertaining myself, you know. If you couldn't tell. A lot of practice, I've had a lot of practice just sitting with nothing to do. But, plunder your own imagination. So when I say this game is meditative, it's kind of meditative in that sense. And that, like, a lot of it is kind of... Well, I guess, I don't know. I mean, I don't really know how to assess this, but I was going to say, like, a lot of the game is easy. A lot of the game is just walking. And then every now and then you get a hard, Oh, look at that. I actually see the cloud cover going over. Or whatever it's supposed to be. Look, guys. Nighttime. Always bothered me in, like, movies and video games how bright night is. Like, what do you mean this is nighttime? You can't just chuck up some stars and call it nighttime. Look how far I can see. You know, but then, of course, there are practical reasons why movies and video games do that. Turns out it's actually not fun to watch a movie where nighttime looks like nighttime. Because turns out you can't see what's going on. Also, didn't they literally do a light mechanic in this game? You're carrying a lantern at some point? I just never dropped it, that's right. Oof. I think this step is definitely my mountain nemesis so far. What it is about this step. Tell me I'm not the only one who struggles with this. There's nothing psychological about it, too, because, like... This doesn't bother me at all. Falling down here. It's literally just a nice opportunity for me to talk to myself for a couple more minutes. Tell you what, I'm not prepared to fumigate the house. Turns out you can't just, like, get a bug bomb and... I mean, I've done this sort of thing many times before, but turns out you can't just get a bug bomb and set it off. You can, like, cover your plates and stuff. But if I leave out a half-eaten McChicken on the dining room table, and then I fumigate, can I eat the rest of that McChicken when I get back? Probably not, right?
Okay.
Not that I have access to a half-eaten McChicken. I wish.
Yep.
Actually, McChickens suck, don't they? It's like the worst kind of chicken where it's like sucked out of the bones of the chicken and then reformed into a patty or whatever. What do they call that? Decalcification? Here's the thing, though. Okay, so you can fall into two camps, right? Insert the classic Jamie Oliver clip of him talking about what goes into a chicken nugget, and then asking the kids... Really am 14 today. And then asking the kids he's talking to, would you still eat it? And they all put their hands up. So thing is, Rat, like... He's just wrong. I've never really, like, properly watched the clip, so I don't even know what I'm talking about, but... I'm going to judge it anyway based on my assumptions. Jamie Oliver is essentially saying, like, isn't it gross that there's meat from the feet or whatever? Chicken's feet, they take meat from the foot of the chicken and put it in there. See, to me, that right there, that's the epitome of, like, privilege right there. I don't want to have hog anus in my hot dog. I don't want hog anus, mommy. I'm Jamie Oliver. Shut up and eat your hog anus, Jamie. But, you know, like, what? I'm not sure what his argument is. Is it essentially that, like, so eating a certain part of an animal makes you feel a bit weird, therefore it's wrong? Like, isn't it a good thing that we make use of the chicken's foot and turn it into something delicious, like a chicken nugget? Like, not even to get into, like, the health concerns of chicken nuggets, right? Like, yes, they can be bad for you. Don't eat a diet consisting entirely of chicken nuggets. But, like, just the fact that they exist is good. Regardless of, you know, the practices of how they're created. I mean, as a, like, solution to a problem, it's actually, chicken nuggets are a great solution to the problem of, like, we have these leftover parts of the chicken that nobody wants to eat. What should we do with those? You know?
Okay.
Because everybody loves chicken nuggets. By the way, I'm vegetarian. Does that change the story at all? Wasn't always. I'm not really right now. I have been very strict vegetarian. Right now, I'm trying to eat as little meat as possible. Not no meat, but it's hard when you have kids. Okay. But anyway, all praise the chicken nugget, man. Praise the hot dog. They can be problematic foods, but not because they have, like, some questionable meat in them, but because of how they're presented, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with eating stomach lining. I've done it. The texture was a bit weird, but it tasted good. Tasted like everything else on the frickin' Asian barbecue. Tasted like soy. Is there any other flavor? Like, I love barbecue, okay? Like I love meat. It's like my favorite thing to eat.
Oh shit! Ow!
I was vegetarian for several years for like economic reasons and moral reasons, I suppose. But I do love eating meat. Just don't love the meat industry. It's so good, man. But how come barbecue, when you do a barbecue, there's no, like, Well, there's some, but they tend to be like cultural. There's like one flavor of barbecue, right? Like barbecue itself is a flavor. And then if you want to try a different flavor of barbecue, you go like, well, it's a Chinese barbecue now. Let's do barbecue. What's the one flavor of barbecue they have in China? Oh, it's a bit more gingery? Okay. That makes sense. Like, the flavor of barbecue is more based on the meat choice than how you cook it, you know? We're definitely going to cover it in barbecue sauce and then slow roast it for several hours. That's it.
Crap.
Okay. Maybe we should try something new. I don't know. Should we try a different way of approaching this? I mean, we know it definitely works. It just only works one time out of 10. If that. Either way.
Oh!
Is it? I turned the fan on. Are you ready to abandon the house?
Crap.
You've been sleeping this whole time? Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, well, I'm gonna end the I'm just gonna stop streaming in about 10 minutes, 11 minutes, and then I'll quickly run around, cover as much as I can, and then set the fruit thing. Oh, yeah. The one is for you. Whichever one you want. One is steak and cheese, and one is chicken cranberry. Okay. The steak and cheese is like circular. The chicken cranberry is oval. You'll know. I mean, you'll know when you bite into it, but... and there's one of these in the fridge for you as well. Okay. Well, I got you one anyway. I didn't know, yeah. I didn't know if you wanted it or not, but... Oh, okay. Love you. Okay. Yeah, that's a bad one. Alright. 10 minutes left. How much progress can we make in 10 minutes? Oh, it could be worse. Could be worse. There's definitely a challenge. Yeah. This isn't... You've got to do some stuff to get here. You got to do some stuff to get here, anyway.
Oh, right. Oh, shit.
So at least I don't have to do that again. You know, I would just focus on the silver linings. There's always a silver lining. There's always something nice to focus on. Yeah. I mean, it's a digital toy, right? This is basically like playing with one of those, trying to think of a good example. You ever play with one of those, like, little toys that was, like plastic, and then it had water in the middle, and it had like 2 buttons, and you'd push a button and it would like squirt a little bit of air into the water, and you're trying to like use that squirt to get like a plastic ring on like a hoop or something, or a stick or whatever. This game is essentially that. Is this where we go down? Yeah, it is. Right, this game is essentially that, but more complicated version of.
Oh!
Whoops. That's not good. Okay, now we're going down. This is essentially the bottom, right? Yeah. Can you? Well, I mean, we're still above the cabin. Can you fall all the way back to the cabin? That'd be funny. So far, this is as far as I've fallen. But yeah, you know those games? They were also kind of built to look sort of like an arcade cabinet, I guess. I know exactly what you call it. I guess I'm trying to decide, would I ever get mad at one of those games? Maybe. They can be a bit frustrating. I don't know. Oh, you got me on an introspective tear.
Oh,
I just don't find video games to be that frustrating, honestly. You know, if I found it frustrating, I'll just play someone else. Yeah, get it, Nathan. Good boy. But it's like, I guess I look at every video game as like it's an opportunity to learn another skill, right? Like each video game, well, like depending on, I mean, this game especially because it's so different to how games are made, you know? It offers you a chance to learn a whole new little sort of ecosystem of skills. Like bow hunting skills, computer hacking skills. Girls love guys with skills. Oh, man, I haven't seen Napoleon Dynamite in so long. Girls just love a guy with skills, okay?
Oh.
You're just jealous I've been talking to hot chicks online all day, Napoleon? Good movie. The defect in this one is bleach. Vote for me. I love Pedro's voice, man. But I'm white, so I can't do it. But I do it anyway. Vote for me. And then make all your wildest dreams come true. So satisfying. The tongue action. True. Is it really true there are people out there who can't roll R's? Like, I've met people who've told me they can't roll R's. But what does that actually mean? Is it true that there are people who are physically incapable of making the rrrr sound? Because like my shitty jerky assumption is that they're wrong. You can roll your R. You just don't know how. You're just doing it wrong. You just need someone to teach you the right way to do it. Hey, we might actually recover some progress here before we end the stream in 5 minutes. 4 minutes now. Don't fall all the way down now. That'd be annoying. Because no one has ever, like, you know... First of all, well, they would know better than I would. But not once has anybody said to me, I can't roll my R's, and then provided me evidence that they couldn't roll their R's, you know? Which is, like, doesn't really make sense, because how do you prove a negative in the first place? But every time somebody has said to me they can't roll their R's, they'll be like, I can't roll my R's, see? You know? I'm like, yeah, well, that shows me that you don't know how to roll your R's, but it doesn't prove that you can't. Some people just can't. Like, I feel like that should be possible for all. Like, what, just to put it bluntly, like anatomically correct human beings. All I'm doing is pulling my tongue back a little bit and then making an R sound. And then just going. Is that it? Some people can't move their tongue in that way? Oh, they're poor wives. You ever roll your tongue on your wife? Okay. Some things are better not said. I'm gonna try it next time. Wonder if how effective that is. Okay. What's the time like? We've got literally 2 minutes. Although, hold on. If I think about this mathematically, we should probably go like 3 more minutes to guarantee that we've been streaming for 4 hours with not including the pre-show, quote unquote. So we'll do that. So we'll go to 4 hours, 6 minutes on the stream count. Anyway. Thank you for watching, anybody who watched in here. I have a fun time just spewing out my thoughts. Always interested to hear other people's thoughts. If you'd like to share your thoughts with me, click the follow button. It helps out a lot. Or the like button, or whatever the frick it is on your platform of choice. Who cares? It's all just a facade anyway, designed to strap you of... Strap you? Designed to strap you. I wish, right? It's all a facade just designed to strip you of all individuality so that you give up your identity for money. So that you throw away your identity just for the chance to be advertised towards, you know. Not to be cynical about it or anything. Okay, we'll go around once more and then we'll end the stream. Although maybe... Okay, we'll give it one more attempt. I haven't decided if I do better if I leave ending the stream at a hard part, or better off giving myself a buffer to relearn the controls, etc. Especially if it's going to be like 4 days until I play this game again. So maybe I should leave myself at the bottom. We'll do this part. We'll try the hard step once more. And that'll be the end. If you like stupid dad jokes, they may be stupid, but some of them are original. Click the follow button if you want to join me on this journey. You know what I think Twitch might be? Like, live streaming might fulfill that, this is a large topic to start literally right at the end of the stream. Growing up, I used to always watch my dad... What the heck? How do we do that so easily? Maybe I... Alright. Used to always watch my dad, like, have conversations with other people. Like, isn't it weird how boomers were, like, go to other boomers' houses and, like, have a cup of tea and talk to them? I almost feel like streaming is sort of like a millennial replacement for that. Oh, it'd be nice if we could get up here. And then we're pretty much at our, starting off at our PB. Should I... Have I been doing this stuff too fast? Hold on. Wait, it's actually easy? It's actually easy, I just didn't know what I was doing. Okay. Yeah, no, I kind of feel like maybe, something like streaming fills in that sort of social... Oh. You can just walk up that stuff, huh? Well, never mind then. Why haven't I been doing this the whole time? We'll remember this for next time. It's going to be so much easier. Baby steps. It's the name of the game, quite literally. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think we're going to stop here. I do need it. Let's just weirdly want to find somewhere flat. Okay, that's got to be stable. All right. Thank you for watching, everybody. I'll be back from a Spooky Sunday. We'll play something on Spooky Sunday. I don't know exactly what yet. Maybe an Amnesia game? I don't know. I think I have the most recent Amnesia game that I've never played. Otherwise, we'll be back with Nathan next Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. New Zealand Daylight Time. If you want to join me for Spooky Sunday, I'll be back Sunday evening, New Zealand Daylight Time, 7:30 p.m. Until then, be kind to each other. It's a funny world. That's all you can do. I finished my mic issues from last stream, but unfortunately the solution was to not use my good mic. I don't know if anybody noticed, but there's not a lot of difference. You probably wouldn't notice much of a difference between a pretty good mic and a very good mic. Anyway, see you next time. Then stay classy. I can't hold tab. What the frick? Don't spill soda beverages on your keyboards, man. It's tragedy. Okay, bye.